Welcome everyone to Saturday Evening Chats. This is number 36. So last week I screwed up on the numbering and I said it was 34 when it was actually 35. So I renumbered it, but if you actually look at the video, it says the wrong date inside the video. So, hey, it happens.
Numbers are hard.
Yeah, they are. So, let's welcome everyone out in the chat. Mr. Kingpin was first. PCC Kid, then Two Live Moo, and Mr. FNH. So far, that's the only people I see out there. Hopefully, my chat's not froze again. Let's welcome everyone on the panel, starting with Mr. Two Gun Kitty, the Catnip Outlaw. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the invite, and look forward to a great show.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Followed up by Mr. Nighthawk Medic. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me, brother. It's good to be here.
You are so welcome. Thanks for spending some time with us. And then finally, we have Mr. DM Foss, co-host extraordinaire.
Good afternoon.
So, I got my channel stickers in, so thank you, Mr. Foss, for the recommendation on where to get those.
Yeah, they do a good job, and they're pretty quick.
Yeah, they were real quick on turnaround. I think I had them in less than a week. So, and I did post what they looked like over on Instagram, but I think they actually came out looking pretty darn good.
I think so.
I went with the custom look. So try to. So
those are sweet.
Now I have some stickers to give away. Moo's out talking about hot dog sandwiches.
Yeah, everyone always talks about the hot dog, if it's a sandwich or not. But what about a lobster roll, crab roll, shrimp roll, clam roll?
Yeah.
They're all in a hot dog bun. So are those a sandwich or not?
I'm just saying, if we use that as the fixed definition for sandwich, technically a breaded steak is a sandwich.
No.
I disagree.
It would have to be in some kind of, like.
It's going to be in a vessel of bread.
Yeah.
So if it's wrapped all the way around, then it's no-go.
Well, it's the breading is applied, is stuck to the meat.
So I use enough mayonnaise that everything is stuck to my meat.
What you do in the privacy of your home is your business.
I'm just saying. Oh.
In the absence of oil, mayonnaise is fine.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Just made Kingpin puke, though.
Mr. Moo says no alcohol for 5 weeks.
Yeah, he's got the COVID.
He's got the Roro.
He's got the coronavirus.
I'll give the alcohol as the cure, so I think he's getting bad advice.
I think a little salt and lime has always helped with the corona taste.
Tequila. It's kept me safe.
Yep, some Patron has helped in lots of situations.
I've never had any situation I was in improved by alcohol. Considering what
Come
it
on.
does to my filters.
Hey, if you're in a group of ugly women, it does improve the situation.
My filters are questionable as it is. If you add alcohol, it's on like Donkey Kong. It gets bad quick.
I usually just get more mellow.
Yeah,
no,
that's the way I
I'll
am.
share my opinion, and you think it's bad now.
No, I get more mellow and just laugh at people.
Yeah.
The phrase "listen here, cat fuckers" comes out of my mouth pretty frequently. Note, YouTube, I did not say that word.
Yep, the fence dad's in the house.
Well, I got 5 minutes for the StreamYard chat to catch up that he's here. So, oh,
Yeah, I get the YouTube.
and there we go. Welcome, Mr. Defense Dad. So, yeah, I have done it before where I've popped out the YouTube chat, but I see we have Mr. Gun Websites in the house, Mr. G Webs. So
He's just sticking thumbs up everywhere. He was on Rick's show, and
he makes his rounds.
Oh man, I'm starting to become popular enough that people are taking my YouTube videos. I need to back off.
gun-toting pacifist.
A gun-toting pacifist. Does that mean you shoot at a knee? Is that a Biden fan?
He just
That's because
beats
he's
you with
stuck
it.
up in the Northeast, so he's kind of subjected to that.
Right.
See, now his name kind of is like an oxymoron. Because how could you be a gun fan and pacifist at the same time?
He
There's
used
lots
the gun
of
as
people
a deterrent. You know,
he just
you know,
collects.
Yeah, that too. Mr. FNH.
Yep. Mr. FNH is definitely in the house. So G Webs is saying he's getting ready to head over to the mailbox to go mail off some things.
Yeah, he had a big bunch of orders that looked like he had ready to go out.
Yeah, he was doing that free patch Friday.
Every Friday.
Every Friday. Yeah, but last
Man, this-
Friday, yesterday, you got to be able to pick your own patch.
And
So-
I think he's probably got a big Black Friday thing coming up too. Last year, he had a real big shindig with the pick your own patch.
I see we got Mr. Mike in the house. So I have decided on how I am going to do the Olight flashlight giveaway. It's going to be with like the Nightbot random comment generator, and it will be on Saturday, December 12th.
Defense Dad, your work told you that that's racist. What do we call it now?
Out of the Red Friday?
After Thanksgiving special.
Con Friday?
Now, he said it was pre-Thanksgiving, so I'm trying to still figure that one out.
Well, that would mean that it would start on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I ordered something from a company. They haven't sent me that item yet. It's been 6 weeks on what they call a 4-week delay, and they're still sending me advertisements for other things.
Yes. We've
Is
stolen
it
your
that
money
Optic
once.
Right.
We have stolen your money once, but come on, be a sucker and come spend some more money with us.
Yeah, they do have 12-gauge rubber slugs.
See, here's the thing is, It's a 4-week delay, and what they don't tell you is that it's a 12-week backlog.
Shipping and
Yeah.
handle. Well, and then you got the shipping and handling process time that's added onto it, and when in doubt, use COVID as your excuse.
COVID is the answer for everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's stupid, and I about got myself in trouble. Apparently, the employee in one of our sources said it's offensive. Well, I think it's offensive that people do not address me by my proper title, and that is His Majesty or the God King Pirate.
See, you could always just go with the Royal Highness.
No, I prefer His Majesty or the God King Pirate. Either of those are more than efficient. I'm good with it. If we're gonna act crazy, let's all be crazy together. That's my rule. So that's fine. I won't call it Black Friday anymore as long as you refer to me as His Majesty or the God King Pirate. That's what I always tell people. So there's no halfway crazy. We have to all be crazy all the time.
You can just call me friend.
Okay. So, anyone going to be out doing any kind of Black Friday shopping?
No.
No, I don't think there's really much out there worth getting.
Yeah, not going to get ammo or anything. They Academy
Yeah.
apparently doubled up on their trucks, and they came empty.
Yeah. Shields, they had some 100 and 200 round boxes of 9mm the other day, so I was able to scab 2 of the 200 round boxes. Though they have a 1 box limit, but the lady at the register when she was trying to get verification, no one picked up, so she said, "Fine, looks like you get 2."
Wow. Why are the ones that don't know the rules never working when I'm there?
Yeah.
I know,
She
because
knew the rule, but she was going to give me the benefit of the doubt because she's like, "Oh, they do always change stuff." So, because I'm like, "Ah, damn," because she's like one of the smart ones. Yeah, you can tell. So I'm like, she's going to nab me on this, but she's like, "Oh, you come in all the time," so I'm not gonna. Yeah, so she was good to me on it.
so
But,
you just
yeah,
got
then-
lucky.
Yeah, and then they had some defensive ammo. It's called Grizzly. It was like 9mm plus P ammo, and so that's and I think they had some other 9mm in that yesterday morning, but that went before I got there. But Shields has been getting a steady trickle.
Yeah. There was a couple 100,000 rounds of ammo a day coming into my town for a while there, and it's just all going right out.
Well, that's it. As soon as they put it on the shelves, it's gone within a certain period of
Yeah.
time. And then you look at the volume of guns they sell, because I'd go in there every day after work, and it's just,
Oh, yeah.
so I can see what's selling, and it's like, man, because they don't gouge their prices. Their prices, they're better than say like a Bass Pro Cabela's, and they'll price match places too. So they're very competitive. So it's the place to go to really buy if you and they've been getting a good stock coming in. It's like they got some more 665s and 365 XLs, and but they'll sell through them. I'm surprised they had Glock 17 in for a couple of days, so they got some of those in because the Glocks sell almost as fast as they put them on the shelf.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I saw 3 of the very first gun I ever reviewed on YouTube. It's for sale in my local gun store the other day. The Stoeger STR9. That's a really nice pistol. I enjoyed shooting that thing. And they had 3 of them in that local gun store yesterday. I was like, whoa.
Oh, know what their Black Friday gun is? It's going to be that little Sky with the red dot on it.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I think they get that for like $279.
The auto explodey gun.
So the gun
Yeah,
toting
they had a
pacifist
thing with a ton of them.
says that he found a box of 135 grain critical defense yesterday. $35 one box limit. You know,
Mm.
I don't feel so bad about when I found some critical defense for 20, 22, 24 bucks a box, and I bought
Yeah,
like 6 boxes. I do
Yeah.
not feel bad at all now.
Shields has gotten that in a couple of times. I think they're $21.99. I actually sold all my excess defensive ammo today. I had a box of that and some Winchester silver tip. And
How do you figure if you
Grizzly.
have excess?
My mags are full. I have plenty of mags full, and then
See,
when in doubt, I can make stuff.
I see we were joined out in the crowd by Mr. Ozark Yeoman and Mr. Walter Davis. So, good evening, y'all. Yep, I figure unless I have like 20,000 rounds of defensive, I'm not in excess.
How is
Yeah, see,
20,000 rounds excess?
I don't know. I guess it's just an arbitrary number that I have figured that if I have 20,000, like
If
Yeah, I'm a
Go
pure
ahead.
capitalist, so if I can flip it and turn a profit, I don't mind doing that because as long as I have enough to keep me satisfied, I'm good
yeah, but
with
see,
like spreading the wealth.
I'm thinking that we haven't hit the top of the market yet.
Oh no.
So figure March, April, everybody's going to be ready to be paying for like $90 for those defensive rounds.
Hell, people spend. What I find is people are more apprehensive with spending extra on the defensive ammo, but they will spend a lot extra for the range ammo, which makes kind of no sense because the defensive ammo it's a tough sell once you get over $5 the regular retail. Like you can sell defensive ammo for 25 to 30 a box, and if you try and go much above that, it won't sell. It's hard to sell it over 25 a box, but a box of 50 range ammo, they'll be spending 25 to 30 a box of that junk that is marked up almost 200%.
Yeah. But, I think I truly don't see that we're, I was hoping we'd start seeing ammo start coming back into the stores, by January, February. We'd start having a little easier time finding them.
Yeah,
I don't see that happening till like 2024.
Once people get over the uneasiness and fear, because stuff is hitting the stores, it's just going out as fast as it comes in because people are so apprehensive and afraid and uncertain. Once they're over that, then it's going to sit on the shelves, and because you see like places like my gun range, they got 9mm for rental, and they'll sell you three. I could go in there because I get a free gun rental, and buy 3 boxes of that 9mm, not run it through the rental, and then I could sell them for $10 more if but I don't bother with doing that with them. But there's ammo out there. It's just the people are gobbling it up, and it's the same with toilet paper. All you need is one bundle of toilet paper. People will buy 3, 4, 5 bundles because they're afraid that they're not going to be able to get it.
Yeah. We're cleaned out of TP already here.
The wife and I just buy our toilet paper at Costco.
Yeah, what do we do?
And, it's just her and I. So you buy one package of Charmin, and that's like 6 months worth of toilet paper.
You don't eat enough Mexican food.
But
That's
see,
not
you're supposed to go to work and do it there, so then you don't have to use your
Yeah.
exactly.
I've been working at home too long, though.
I go to work. I actually go to work, and I'm there 10 hours a day. So the company pays for my toilet paper.
Right. Yeah, I think like people are over exaggerating aspects of the ammo because like one thing I noticed with like 223, people overpaying for 223 are crazy because I have a hard time paying 50 cents around for it because it comes in regular. And Shields has been getting a fairly steady flow of that. And
Yeah.
they put it out there at, $10.99 for a 20 round box, $9.99, depending on the brand. And then occasionally they'll get some 500 or 1,000 round bundle boxes. And so if you try and like price gouge for 223, you can't get it on the secondary market. 9mm, because everyone's kind of so focused on it, you can. But I just think that once people get over the uneasiness and fear, and just kind of take a breath and like not buy into it, that stuff will come back on the shelves because it's not going to get gobbled off.
So I have a question for you. What is it that they're buying into that is driving the ammunition purchase that is so weird that they should take a step back?
They're buying into the uneasiness of whether it be COVID, shortage. They're afraid of shortages and shutdowns in the beginning. The first wave was that. So they're worried about, okay, I got to have ammunition to protect my home because people are going to riot and loot. Then it becomes, the civil unrest over, the Black Lives Matter stuff that brought about a second wave. Then there was a third wave in conjunction with that. So it's just all the uneasiness, then the political uneasiness that we were approaching, and now we're hitting another wave of political unease. So people are just afraid. So they feel that how much like say defensive ammo do you need? And
enough to fill all of my magazines twice is a good general rule.
That's a very good
question. I'm just curious because I've heard a lot of people say that everybody just needs to calm down. So in chat right now, I want to know put a 1 if you are willing to stop buying ammunition and calm down because you think everything is hooey, and put a 2 if you're going to continue to buy ammunition when it's available because you're concerned about the stability of the situation.
What if I'm in between?
Put a 1 and a 2.
Well, see, know what I do? See, I buy since I'm reloading, I hit the reloading stuff for myself. Then the shelf ammo, I'll buy and resell, and profit that, roll that into buying more reloading stuff.
Well, and I'm a 2. I mean, man, that's 3/4 of us feel like there's a problem. You know what I mean? Just in this little sample group.
Well, the thing is, do you need your ammo for recreation going to the range? Because, let's say you go to the range once a week. Now, let's say 500 rounds of ammo a month that you need. So for range ammo, I
need 300 rounds every time I go to the range.
At minimum. And if I teach a class, I need another 300 rounds.
Right.
And if I test a weapon, another at least 250.
I need like 1,000 rounds a week.
I don't know. I'd say I'm concerned, but I pretty much don't buy unless I find it at a price which I think is reasonable.
Yeah, I'm not extorting myself yet. Yeah. I'm not to the point where I would extort myself. Yeah.
See, I'm the one that I'll extort the people that are afraid because I'll buy it and then I'll resell it. I keep it below the other gouges. So I'm not like You
I
know,
see. I see.
that way
We're
I can
joined.
flip mine quick.
Yeah.
And you
I
know,
see. We're
but
joined out. Oh, go ahead.
well, you know, see, I'm one that I kind of look at every time we are told that the sky is falling. You know, I call it the Chicken Little complex syndrome. You know, people react. Back in 2008, you know, you get the stock market crashing because of we got a plane going over. You know, everyone bought into, we got to sell our 401ks before it totally bottoms out. You know, everyone becomes reactionary and then you make bad decisions. That's why I say take a breath and, you know, so you can think it rationally. Yeah, I need ammo, but how, you know, at what price do I need it? You know,
Dude,
because
I lost a lot of money in 2008 and I didn't sell
oh,
a thing.
we
I
all
didn't
did,
get out of
but
any of my stocks. So don't
no,
tell me that it was panic by everybody. There were
no,
a
I
lot
mean,
of people that lost a crap ton of very real money in 2008.
but people that
Obama tried
pull
to
their stuff
bankrupt
out.
this country.
Oh yeah, but if you kept it and pulled it out, yeah, you might have had a short term saving some of it, but if you leave it in there, yeah, it bottomed, but then it came back. So you're gonna
No,
gain
some
it
of
back
it
over
never
time.
came all the way back. It was a big, huge problem. And real estate took some damage that it may never fully recover from. Um, so I don't buy into that necessarily. I think we could agree to disagree on that. 2008 wasn't about panic for some people. 2008 was genuinely about the impact of somebody trying to destroy our economy, and it had very serious impact on people.
Well, yeah, let's pivot on that. And it's something that kind of came to me this week when I was thinking. 2008 kind of reflects today because we had an economic crisis that was kind of Democratic created because they created that housing bubble,
Uh huh.
and then they exploited that crisis. You know, don't let a crisis go wasted.
Yeah.
They spent 4 years attacking a Republican president, so there was no confidence in the Republicans. What did we just go through? 4 years of attacking a president, taking advantage of a crisis, tanking economy, going into a presidential election. You know, it was one of those things. I'm like, yeah, this. I was thinking back, like this. 2008 was almost kind of a blueprint to this.
Yep. Well, I think we'll see. The Democrats are honestly going to first get rid of the tax cuts we received. They thrive on terror and taxes. We've already
Yeah,
seen an active shooting, and with the guy that somehow magically disappeared after that. So, I believe wholeheartedly in my heart that they thrive on terror and taxes. So we can anticipate massive tax increases and more terrorist attacks across the nation. And it's all going to be
and
by white guys.
and regulations.
Yep.
You know, they're going to regulate the businesses. Put those back in place that Trump removed. So that's going to further hurt the economy.
Well, Biden's already said that everyone's taxes is going to go up 40%. He's
Well,
going
actually
to
got more because he'll put back probably the health mandate there with Obamacare.
Yep.
Thanks to John McCain, we weren't able to correct Obamacare.
So I'm going to go through. I see we are joined by Mr. Nightshaft out in the crowd, Mr. Midnight Range TM, and Miss Mystic Guns. So I have not been ignoring you all.
He actually sent us a private message over here that said he was ignoring you all.
Okay.
Oh,
I forgot about Rob D, the New York outcast, Glock hater extraordinaire.
I don't think he hates Glocks. I just think that if you had a Glock on you and he caught you in the open, he'd push you off a bridge.
Oh, exactly. He does have a link if he wants to join. 38 Super Partisan says, oh, I forgot 38 Super also. So welcome 38 Super. He says, I wouldn't welcome midnight. I welcome everyone. So, Bald and Curious is a guy I watch over on Foreign and Domestic a lot with the Crazy Scotsman. And he is doing a fundraiser for his goddaughter's mother who has cancer and is dying. And 7 years ago, his goddaughter had to deal with her father die from cancer, and she's not doing so well. And he's been doing a raffle for a SIG 1911 Moulin Lab edition. So I posted a link to the video over on my discussion page on my YouTube if you guys want to be able to find and watch the video and get more information. I think it's $100 entry for the not SIG, and then he has a couple other entry level entries for like Oakley shooting sunglasses and a 9mm AR upper with bolt carrier group.
Nice.
So,
is that what you were wanting to win? The 9mm AR?
No, just the upper.
Just the upper. Okay.
Just the upper. I don't need the lower.
You know, you get one
Just
of
the
those
tip.
Stern Defense conversions that, for the magwell. You can use your regular AR lower.
I've got a buddy who has a AK that's been converted to 7.62 by 39. It is genuinely a pleasure to shoot. It is so much better, or an AR, excuse me, so much better than an AK. So much better. Recoil spring really levels off that recoil. The sights are so infinitely better. You can just aim that thing in and squeeze the trigger. It's beautiful. And it uses that ammunition. It uses it efficiently because it's got proper lands and grooves in it. So it's a very nice
telling you, if somebody says that an AK has too much recoil, their only choice for a rifle should be a Ruger 1022. Period. I'm just.
Hey, it's not a rifle, but you want to get a hand beating recoil. Try the Smith & Wesson 329 PD. That thing puts a hurting on you.
At least I'm not the only one.
Yeah.
38 Super says, better than an AK? Blasphemy.
Yeah, you know what amazes me when you look on like these forums of people wanting to buy and trade? Everyone wants an AK, and it's like they'll pay a premium to get the thing when it's one of those. It should be a $500-600 rifle, and they're paying trade. It's same thing with like an SKS. Years ago that thing used to be what, $7,500.
Oh yeah, I have an AK that I paid $100 for. That's worth $700 now.
I see that we are joined out there by Mr. Burnaby Sanchez. Welcome.
You get a junk AK that was, you people were paying $600-700 for just recently before all this, and now that thing's going for $1,000-1,200, or you can trade it for a real nice AR.
Yep, I'm pretty sure my Mac 90s probably. I think I paid $150 for it. I wonder what they're worth now. Let's see, $1,500.
So Mr. Kingpin has thrown out the link to the 1911 giveaway. I
Kind of
see
kicked
we're
myself.
we're
Couple.
joined out by Scott P79. Welcome. So go ahead, Mr. Two Gun Kitty.
Yeah, I was kind of kicking myself a couple of weeks ago. I could have traded my Yugoslavian SKS for Century C308, and I kind of hedged on it because I didn't know if I really wanted it. And
Right.
then I'm like, I was gonna go and do it, and then the guy got a cash offer for someone. Damn, I should. Yeah,
Yeah, should have jumped on it.
I should have jumped on it because you can always pick up an SKS. There's
Yeah.
always someone that will sell, because those things are all over the place price wise.
But I don't know. I've been looking at some AK-103s. So I have a couple 47s and a 74. So I think the 103 has got to be the next step. But again, that will be down the road once we see what's going on.
Yeah, I just haven't gotten into where I wanted an AK because I didn't know enough about them, and I don't want to go overpay for a junk one.
Yeah. AKs are so simple. And, the nice thing is you can take that back dust cover off while you're shooting and kind of look and be able to diagnose if you think you're starting to have a problem. And you can see all the work, almost every working internal part. I'd like to see somebody try that with an AR.
What was this again? I missed it. I'm sorry.
Open up your AR and keep firing so you can diagnose if you're having any kind of issues.
That's why you can dunk an AR with its dust cover closed in mud and it will continue to run, but you can't do it with an AK.
Do you ever watch the AK?
I will link you to a video right now of an AK-47 failing in mud and an AR-15 immediately going into the same mud puddle and running. If you've got the dust cover closed in an AR-15, ain't nothing getting in the rifle unless it comes through the barrel.
Yeah, I don't know. Mr. Robsky torture tests a hell of a lot of AKs, and there is he throws those things into his swamp in Missouri for like 24 hours or so, and just leaves them tied out there in the swamp.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, man, I've had a lot more AKs fail than ARs. A lot more. Usually, I think AKs handle sand better than ARs do. I think they handle sand a lot better. But it's a lot easier. Go ahead, sir.
Has anyone watched any of Small Arms Solutions stuff? Because he does some great analysis of like ARs, because he's worked with companies with being a consultant and stuff, and like he'll tell you like the reason why a lot of like ARs will fail is because people mess with like say the buffers. They'll put some little fancy thing instead of just running the mil spec. And same thing with like the wrong ammo, or the just cheap parts. You see like Iraq Vet will run these cheap ARs and they burn like the gas tube will burn up and or bend. And he's like, that's because they're running a cheap AR with cheap parts. But if you have the proper mil spec quality, he's like, those things will run in, the barrel will burst before all the other stuff will. It's just because people put the wrong stuff in there when they're tweaking or they buy from an inferior company.
That's
Yeah.
the same with if you're, you buy a cheap AK and, you're buying crap, you're going to have problems. And if you get some nice AKs, you're going to not have any problems. Like what Scott P was saying, if you stay away from like your Century Arms, those are your cheap stuff, or your IO. Oh God, IOs are like probably the most garbage AKs on the market, my opinion. But yeah, there's.
Well, and I think that so I don't own an AK that is $500. You know what I mean? I own AKs that were $150 and are now worth thousands of dollars, or $1,000, or over $1,000, right? So the perspective, I've got a buddy who bought like a $550 AK, and it's not a good rifle. It is not a really good rifle at all. You get a $550 AR-15, and you can bullseye something at 300 yards all day long. So I think it's either, if you will, the manufacturing process or whatever else is significantly improved on a modern AR over an AK that is affordably or cheaply made.
Yes. IO is a civilian legal destructive device.
That's nice.
Now, Medic, do you contribute that somewhat to like what the purpose of the gun's designs are? Because
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, AK was
an
considered to
AK's
be a
like up
machine
close and
gun.
personal. Yeah.
Well, it was considered to be a light machine gun. Well, to be treated like a machine gun.
Right.
And so obviously the weapon system is not as tight. It was designed to run under much worse tolerances and to be hotter and all those type things. And so they're not, they're not apples and oranges, right? If you were to run 1,000 rounds full auto through most AR platforms, especially one that was not a Colt, it would melt down pretty quick. It'd be hotter than you wanted to hang on to. Maybe 5,000 rounds. The same AK that's a true platform is going to last a lot longer.
So
Second panel. I'm a gas impingement guy.
So Southpaw says, Mr. Nighthawk Medic and panel, what's your AR preference and why? Piston versus gas impingement. Just curious. My AR preference is the one I just threw in the garbage to grab the AK.
Yeah, I'm a gas impingement guy. I know it is probably not the most efficient system in the world, but I understand it intrinsically. And sometimes familiarity is better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm going to go gas and impingement also. And like I said, if you listen to Small Arm Solutions, he goes into the reasons why it's better than the piston and why there's really no advantage to the piston. If you get a chance, and he's really got a lot of knowledge. He's written I think he either co-wrote or wrote Black Rifle 2, and so he's got a lot of work with the platform. So yeah, definitely
I don't like all
go
that
with his advice.
Yeah, I don't like all that extra weight out at the end of the rifle for the piston system. It's not overwhelmingly, but I think it unbalances the rifle. And guys, I have 4 AKs, okay? It's not like I don't like AKs. It's just that if you're going to put the AK in the unfortunate situation of comparing it to an AR, it's not the same kind of rifle in any way, shape, or form. and so it's going to lose in every major competition as you get further and further away from high-end rifles. There are high-end ARs and high-end AKs that perform virtually the same, but as we keep backing it up, it's going to Clover. As we keep backing away from that and get to the cheaper and cheaper stuff, it's going to be pretty bad. There's some unrest at the Georgia Capitol right now. Who's burning Atlanta tonight? They deployed the National Guard.
So Clover Tech says that I'm guessing this is directed at Mr. Nighthawk Medic. Don't let him lie to you. I have him on tape saying he hates and AK. So
There's a thing saying opposing group of protesters at the Georgia Capitol. So,
Well, that's not the end of the world.
nah, a little civil discourse.
So I guess
you know.
I'm not. By Bernabe Sanchez's description, I am not American.
No,
I'm sorry.
I think your choice in battle rifle is your choice in battle rifle, right? I know guys that are betting their lives on M1 carbines. You know what I mean? So I mean, everybody has their own choice in battle rifle. I'll always use an AR-15 as a battle rifle. I love to go out and put rounds through my AKs. They're fun rifles to shoot, but if I have to put my life behind the trigger of a rifle, it's going to be an AR, and it's going to be a Colt AR.
See, the thing is if the U.S. ever gets invaded by another country, what do you think they're going to be bringing into war? An AR,
rifle.
an AR, or an AK?
Actually, they very quickly abandon AKs every time we go fight in a country when they can get their hands on an AR. Very quickly pick up our crap and put it to use against us. Oh, Clovertech says he does not see an AK or an AR as a battle rifle. He considers a FAL a battle rifle. And I think by definition, I believe he's right. Isn't the definition? Hang on, let me read the definition again. That it has a full-size cartridge. Let's see here.
So my M1 Garand's a battle rifle.
Yeah. It is a rifle that is capable of semi or fully automatic and fires a full-powered rifle cartridge. So, yes, he is absolutely correct. An AR-15 or an AK are not considered to be battle rifles.
So then a 74 would be?
No. 7.62 by 39 is a half-size cartridge, just like 5.56.
Yeah, but the 74 is a 5.45.
No, that's still a sub-size cartridge. So a full-powered rifle cartridge is considered to be any traditional battle rifle cartridge that later brought in an intermediate cartridge based on it. So 7.62 by 51 NATO, 30-06 Springfield, 7.62 by 54 Romeo, 303 British, 8mm Mauser, 7 by 57 Mauser, or 8mm Lebel. Those are all considered to be full-powered cartridges. So the intermediate cartridges birthed off of those are 7.62 by 39, 5.56 by 4.5, 7.92 by 33 Kurtz, and on and on and on and on and on. So technically, the AR and the AK are both using they're both intermediate cartridge rifles. So I think if they have selective fire, the actual definition of them is an assault rifle, because the U.S. Army's definition of assault rifle is a selective fire intermediate cartridge rifle with a detachable magazine.
Here's a question to the panel. Red Dawn occurs tomorrow. Which rifle are you grabbing out of your war chest to hit the field with?
AK.
AR.
Do you have a specific one that you're going to pick out of your collection, or?
Yeah, I have a Colt AR-15 with a 37 millimeter grenade launcher for smoke deployment and signaling, and an EOTech sight that's going with me.
I have I'll take my Daniel Defense Upper on a CMMG mil-spec lower because I don't want to have the drop-in trigger lower. So I would go with that. And then we got the Vortex UH1 Huey with a 3x magnifier that I would put on there.
Hmm.
And that's a 18-inch.
So
Daniel
who's going to
Defense Upper.
carry an extra AR so that G23 will have a rifle he can use?
I'll stick with my AK.
And Beretta's going to be my sidearm.
So,
And I'll stick with my tried and true 40 G23s on my hip.
the H&K 417 is considered to be a battle rifle because it uses 7.62 by 51 NATO. That's tempting. Or an IWI Ace. I fully
gotta
support.
Bounce
Oh,
out,
sorry.
everyone. And I got to bounce out. We're going to get ready to go to dinner. Pleasure
Well,
talking with everyone.
Enjoy dinner.
Enjoy.
Sir. Be safe.
Well, later.
All right, take care. Hopefully, we'll catch you guys on the back end.
yep.
There are no less than 6 fouls in this list of battle rifles.
So if anyone out in the crowd wants to jump on and give us their opinion on how any of us are wrong.
Oh, Midnight was asking if the 308 is the cutoff for.
Yeah,
intermediate.
their 308 is considered to be the same thing. So if you look, the AR-10 is considered to be a battle rifle, and it used the 7.62 by 51, and then later the 308 cartridge. So it's considered to be a part of the battle rifle equation. 300 Win Mag is the equivalent of 22 LR Calvaris, so I doubt it. No, 200. I'm not a fan of 300 Win Mag. It's not that it's a bad round. I don't see the point in buying another round that'll be gone in 10 years. Good website.
Yep.
So, how much money did we all send to Kyle Rittenhouse, and he had to post bail from the My Pillow founder guy? Where's that money going? Who's collecting that?
I thought it was going. The donations were going to his legal defense.
Must be.
Ricky Schroeder helped him out too.
Yeah.
$2 million bail. You know the funny thing is, if you look at the coincidences, they announced Rittenhouse posted bail, and less than 4 hours later, in a Wisconsin mall, a shooting happened, and the shooter could not be found. Just saying.
Yeah. Magical.
You don't think that there isn't some kind of setup going on there?
I don't know. I am so sick of the games. That's just me.
Yep.
Scott, I would never use an AR. I'd never use an M14 as a battle rifle, because at least one with wooden stocks, because around here the woods would bend the rifle in half, the humidity.
Midnight says, "No more conspiracies, please." Okay, I retract my further statement, my former statement. Ricky Schroeder donated $150,000 to get him out.
Well, that's not even really a contribution then in the grand scale of things. With a $2 million bail.
Well, you don't for bail. You don't pay the
All
full
of it,
amount.
yeah.
You
Well,
only pay a percentage.
Depending. Now, was it $2 million cash only, or was it $2 million just bond?
I don't know. Really, we don't have any bondsmen in here.
If it was a $2 million bond, then they would have had to come up with 10%, or at least 10% equity. So if somebody posted, put up their $500,000 home, then that would have been able to post the bail. A bondsman would have taken that as a $200,000 collateral. So now, if it was $2 million cash only, you have to come up with that full $2 million cash. You cannot have a bail bondsman help on any of that situation. And we are joined by a Travi.
Wow.
Hey, what's going on, guys? What are we talking about? $2 million. What are we? Are we getting paid salaries for this now, or what?
Totally, yeah.
No, that's
It's
what you.
outstanding.
That's the amount you have to pay me to be on the panel.
Oh, I gotcha. I tell you what, I'll just make you an honorary member of the Travi Collective, and we'll just call it even, okay?
Okay, that sounds great.
There you go.
They had
Foz
to
is
get
already there. Foz is he's an elected board member, so yeah,
Every
he's
month,
one of the chosen.
every month, I'm a willing loser.
Oh man, God, I'm sorry, dude.
Oh, so Midnight says that it was a full $2 million cash only.
and they treated him like he was a flight risk. I was like, that sounds like the bond on a international terrorist or something. But
Who is this on again? Who are you guys talking about? I just got on.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Rittenhouse.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah.
So it was $2 million cash only, and not a $2 million bond.
So why are they making a big deal that he might have spent his stimulus money on a gun? I think we all did. I bought 2 guns with mine. I don't know about you guys, but
Yeah, but so
I didn't get any stimulus money, and I was preparing for the taxes the Democrats would put on us to pay it back.
well, I expect
So, no.
you anyway. But it showed up, and well, there was an AKV for sale, so I said, "Fuck it."
So
All debt, life, death, and taxes, baby. That's it. So yeah.
Yeah.
So the situation,
Yeah.
Rittenhouse is a minor.
Yes.
So even if he got a $1,200 stimulus, he would not have been able to purchase said rifle.
Well,
So
just in his
they-
state, you had to be 21 to buy an AR-15. Because I thought it was 18, isn't it? In most states, isn't it 18 or 19 to buy an AR?
But he's
still
17.
17.
I was thinking. Oh, he said minor. I'm sorry. I kept thinking like 18, but not 21. My bad. I got you. Okay.
So
Because I think
So-
a minor, I think is somebody who's under 21, because getting MIP and stuff like that, for alcohol.
Yep.
I got you. Okay.
So no, he is a legal definited minor. He is not over the age of 18, so he is
Okay.
not considered an adult.
Okay.
So he couldn't purchase that rifle no matter what.
So the one that he used was not handed to him like we were told initially in the news media. Like, oh yeah, somebody gave it to him when he showed up at a
Well-
meeting and he volunteered to guard a business. And so
Yes
what's
and
the real
no.
story? Yeah. Okay.
So there was a guy, I guess he knows, that from Wisconsin,
Okay.
was over the age of 18 and purchased the rifle for Kyle with Kyle's money, according to this guy.
Oh damn. Okay.
So he this is a story, and he's told this. So now he's admitted to a straw purchase,
Yeah.
federal felony.
Well, they probably said if you don't admit to that, we're going to go ahead and put the murder charges on you, or make you
Well-
accessory to murder if you don't agree to it. That's probably what they put on the kid that, or the guy
Yeah,
that
but-
bought it.
I'm
Good-
just gonna say I want to bet, so I'm not all that mad. I
You
knew they were going to
snitch, well-
put Kyle Rittenhouse under the prison one way or another. I knew it was going to
Yeah.
happen no matter what, and so now
Yeah.
they've got a legal way to do that. And I won $100. So,
Not really. I mean, because now, if you look at all this, if with a good defense attorney, they're gonna get his pretty much thrown out.
Kyle's is going to get thrown out.
Oh hell yeah! The way I would argue this case, one, this guy wanted to come out and try throwing Kyle under the bus and saying that he's committed a federal felony by committing a straw purchase. So let's just throw him under the bus. Let's sink him all the way and go, hey, if this guy would not have purchased this weapon allegedly for the client, our client would never have had the weapon.
So is that all you think it's going to take? I mean, have arguments like that been made before? Because they're going to say, well, in the end, the money still exchanged, the kid still pulled the trigger,
Yeah, but
doesn't matter.
not really, because that guy, his actions are what led to subsequent actions. So that rifle never would have made it to Kyle if that guy would never have purchased it illegally.
Did he think that? Why? I guess my question is, why would a person do that, even if they offered you some money on the side, knowing? Did you think maybe Kyle's going to sit on it for 6 months and he'll be 18 at that point? It doesn't matter. Like nobody would ever know because there was no transfer record anyway. So
Yeah. So what was the whole thing? And he's admitted he purchased it, and it was to stay at his house for Kyle until Kyle was able to get his FOID card.
Yeah.
And
See, that's not a straw purchase. It's
Saying
not
you're going to give
until-
it to somebody, saying you're going to buy it and give it to somebody is different than actually giving it to them. You
Yeah,
know?
once he gives it to him and they bypass the 4473, then it becomes the straw purchase. But I can give Travis money and tell him go buy a gun. That's perfectly legal. I can buy a gun knowing I'm going to give it to him. As long as it goes through an FFL, then it's legal.
yeah.
But if by
But-
bypassing the FFL, that's when it becomes
Well,
a
and
straw
then
purchase.
depending upon the states, because some states don't require background checks, between private sales. But what
Yeah.
makes this a straw purchase is he went into the store intending to buy the weapon for somebody else, and he did not put that name on the 4473, knowing that rifle was not intended for him. That is one of the questions on the 4473. And
So he marked it no, but then admitted to the attorneys that yes, that's why I bought it.
later he admitted to law enforcement and to the prosecuting attorneys that yes, he purchased that firearm with the intent to give it to Kyle because it was Kyle's money that paid for said rifle.
And then Kyle went and took it without the guy's permission, or what? Is that what the guy's going to say? Is that going to be his defense
The
against
guy
this?
said
Say,
that
well,
The guy said that he gave it to Kyle for when they went to go do the security
mhm.
and everything. And so he then, if he would have just stuck with, I purchased it, it was mine, and, I loaned it to Kyle, and all that would have been covered because in Wisconsin he could have gotten away with that. You can let a minor, have a rifle
Yeah.
and everything, and he could have carried it, out in public as long as there was an adult with him. And if he said, "Hey, when the commotion happened, we got separated," okay, guess what? That's all, what's going to happen in normal circumstances. A gunshot happens, or a large, commotion starts going on, a riot
Mhm.
situation, and people just start fleeing. So you could get separated from the person or persons that you were with. If they would have just stuck with the original story, it would have been a whole different situation than now later coming out and saying, I went to the store. I intended on buying this rifle for somebody else, knowing that they weren't of age or knowing that they were a prohibited person, whatever. And then once they were able to own the firearm, I was intending to give it to them.
Mhm.
That's a whole different situation than just saying, you know what, I bought it, it was mine.
If you have a FOID card, do you fill out a 4473 every time you buy something?
I believe so. The FOID card just says that you're able to own a firearm in Illinois. But I'm not 100% sure because I've never had to deal with any of that kind of stuff. So if there was somebody who, like Roll Call, who is in that, or Obnoxious, who used to live there,
Would seem
and
to be a little redundant.
Okay, gun
G-Web-
website says yes. You also
Yes.
Okay. I was just curious if there was a loophole there. Maybe we weren't factoring in.
It is going to be an interesting trial, though. I mean, that's going to be how everything plays out and what becomes of it. It could be very interesting.
They're going to put him under the jail with Biden smiling on national television about how they dealt with the terrorist. And after he's got his new boyfriend and whatever his jail name ends up being, we'll discover later on that they never went back and prosecuted the guy who was the felon chasing him down with a Glock or any other people involved in that process. It's just the way the world's going right now. Let's stop pretending that there aren't some miscarriages of justice is actively happening. And he's a great example of it. They cannot let him do anything but burn. They have to have him crucified, because if patriots feel like they can get away with defending themselves against these mobs of angry socialists and communists, it's over for the left.
See, that'll set a precedent, wouldn't it?
You got it, buddy. You got it.
Can't have that. Ooh, no. Oh, man. Good God.
Clover Tax, that's correct. G-Webs. Some states allow NICS bypass with the, license to carry, or whatever, but still got to do a 4473. Yeah, you've got to fill out the paperwork. They may not run a background check because you have your conceal in certain states, but the paperwork still has to be filled out.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there was some, I don't know the rules for every state of the union, right?
Yeah. There's no way any of us could.
There could be a rule there that none of us know of, right?
Exactly. Yeah. See, this is where I think I'm kind of agree a lot with G-Webs is this could be a case to challenge the validity of gifting guns legally. There's going to be no gifting of firearms once Biden gets in there. You're going to end up having to do a background check on everything. Even if, you have, I go to the store and I buy a firearm and the wife decides that she wants to carry it or whatever, there's probably going to have to be some kind of paper trail on that.
My lawyer
Yeah.
told me specifically to never give a firearm away on my channel, so I've never done it.
I've done one, but it was legally. I mean, it was transferred. I mean, I bought it,
Yeah.
and then it was transferred. It was transferred to. It was basically giving it to a new owner, but then it did go through an FFL, and it did have an actual transfer process that went through it.
Yeah. I mean,
when I
I
gave
was
one back-
planning on doing it that way too. And he said, don't even do it. He said, the ATF will be knocking your door down when that person kills somebody and trying to prosecute you, even though it went through a legal process.
True.
And I think he's right. We've seen it already, right?
Yeah, it could open you up to an interesting situation.
Mhm.
So does that mean like Classic Farms is going to be liable then if somebody takes one of those cannons that they give away and
I
goes
mean,
and
they're
does something with it? And
Yeah, they're actively suing Bass Pro Shop or somebody for having sold ammunition to somebody.
Yep.
oh yeah, they'll try anything to get liability out of anybody. That's
Well,
crazy.
Yeah,
at
but
this
I mean-
point, they have.
Well, that was that was different though because that was actually sold to somebody that was underage.
Well, either way, though, that will become the precedent. That will become
Well-
the precedent, just like the Remington case. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
The Bass Pro situation is different. That's a whole, and I don't see how Bass Pro is even getting involved in this, because in that situation there was a kid that was house sitting. He invited a friend over to that house, so it wasn't even like it wasn't the kid lived there. He was house sitting. They ended up gaining access to a safe, and somebody was then shot and killed. And now they're trying to go after Bass Pro for selling the ammunition.
yeah. So the ammunition was sold to the legal. I mean, it was sold legally or not?
It was.
It
It was
was
sold
sold-
legally to the
Okay.
gun owner.
To the owner of the
Oh my
house.
God. I mean, they'll
Yeah.
try to get anything. They'll try to get anything passed any way possible. I mean, it doesn't matter what, you know. Well, that's just crazy.
Kingpin will trade 5 Glocks for one hard point.
For one high point.
I think I'd trade 5 Glock parts for one high point, maybe.
Trades you 1,000 rounds of 9mm for 5 Glocks.
There you go. That's almost a deal right now.
Yeah, no doubt, right? The age of the $1,000 case of 5.56. You know. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
See, I don't know. Everyone keeps talking about these ridiculous priced ammo. And whenever I go to the store and actually look for ammo,
Mhm.
I pick up, $11, $12 for a box of 50, $23 for a box of 100.
Well, I'm looking at a local gun store that we have here in Lincoln right now. They want $98 for 100 rounds of American Eagle 5.56.
I've got Federal 100 round box, 115 FMJ. I paid $22 or $23 for it. I will sell it to you right now for $74.99.
Oh man. How about $75? Why don't we just round it up so it's easier for me to balance on my checkbook? Can I write you a check? Can you do COD? Remember COD? You could buy stuff COD back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know I have no idea how that worked because that's just what my parents did. But
COD, even back in the day, if you wanted COD, that actually
there
doubled
was
the
extra fee.
price.
It did. Yeah, there was fees on that, wasn't there?
Yep.
Yep,
So
yep.
I can definitely send it COD, but you're going to be paying even more. And remember, if you don't pay the postal inspector, you're gonna that's not somebody you want to play with.
Oh yeah. Let me see what the same. Okay, so the same gun store also has the 115 grain Federal. Now, like I said, when we were talking about shields, they're $14.99 a box, and they try to stay that price as much as they can. I haven't seen them go up at all, but I think the American Eagle was like $34 a box for about 50 rounds. Yeah, the 200. Okay, so they got the M855. Like $38.99 is what they want for a box of 50 rounds of 9mm.
Okay, so tomorrow I have to go to the store to get some kitty litter. While I am there, if I remember, I will take my cell phone in and I will video the area that has the ammo in it and show you guys what the ammo prices are. I can't guarantee there's going to be ammo on the shelf, but yeah, the ammo price isn't been horrible.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people don't shop around. I mean, they just seem to think that's the only. If their favorite store doesn't have that price that they want, you're going to hear about it publicly. They're going to blast that place publicly. Because I mean, we're all talking about how well you can, but there are a lot of places like where I used to live. It was very hard to get ammunition without having to make a fairly long trip unless you wanted to order it online. So if your local places are all high, you only have one or two places in town where you can buy ammo, and they're all expensive, and then you're going to complain about that. Hey, I put that on the internal chat, the 200 round packs that I was talking about for $200. Just to show you I'm not making this stuff up.
Yeah.
The good news is that they're in stock, though. So if you want it, you can pay that price and go get it. So
freaking extortionism right there. That's insane. That's not even capitalism.
Well, like I said, they're almost $40 a box for the 9mm, which would have been a $10, $9 box, basically $8.99 back in the day.
Yep.
As in 6 months ago back in the day, not 6 years ago.
I mean, there's some ammo, and I'm not saying that it hasn't gone up. Because, some of the ammo that was $8.99, $9.99 a box is now $11.99, $12.99 a box. So, yes, it's gone up in price. But it's at least around here. Now, I haven't, since I did the filming of my ammo score video, that was the last time I went looking for ammo. And I ended up picking up 400 rounds, 4 100-round boxes, and paid $23 a box.
Okay.
That was the last time I actually went looking for ammo.
That's it. We've seen worse. So, well, I think, I don't know, you guys. I'm pretty much just going to quit talking about ammo prices in general because I'm not expecting it to drop off anytime soon.
I'm not either. 2024.
I don't.
2024. 2024. Mark your calendars. And even then, this is kind of setting a precedent for a higher price point overall. That's not going to bring it back to the, the golden age because you're going to hear about higher material costs and the infrastructure it took to get production up to meet the current demand and the money invested in that. And them's was the good old days, boys. But I think I'm pretty much done talking about ammo prices, and I can't complain. I mean, I bought my share when it was cheap, and I'm fine. I mean, if I got to start stocking up, it's going to suck. But at the same time, it's like, well, I'm good for now.
And dog whose hair is running against in 2024.
I'll run against her.
I didn't get into the 9mm game, and I still haven't really.
Mm-hmm.
The wife I bought her the SIG P320 in July, so that's way late in the game. We were into the ammo situation, and I see we're joined out by Scott P79, Fiend Dog 27, Warsaw Patriot. There's probably some more people that I have missed, but that's when I started getting any 9mm ammo. And I'm probably sitting, I don't know, 3 full ammo cans of 9mm.
Yeah.
Probably another 600 rounds that aren't in ammo cans. And that's not including probably 1,000 defensive rounds.
Oh, wow. New York business owners are tossing out health department and sheriffs chanting civil disobedience. Go get a warrant. This is private property. Looks like they're about to have enough in New York.
So I went to a restaurant today, and it's a little barbecue shack. You drive up and you get your food, and they've pretty much always been wearing like the face shields, the half face shields that go from your chin up to cover your nose or whatever, or wearing a face mask. And today we went in there, and I guess they had said enough is enough, because yep, there was none.
Yeah, I just don't even bother anymore. If
I
I'm
don't
talking
know.
to somebody and I can tell that it's breaking their brain, I'll turn my head or something. But you know what? I'm done.
Well, the city that I'm in has a mask mandate, so you have to wear it in any business out in public.
So does mine, and I don't
Yeah.
care.
I was gonna say
Oh,
ours.
I haven't tried, so that's why I can't tell you what's
Just do it and watch what happens. People
I bet
start
people are just
yanking
gonna
their mask off all around you.
No, I think
No.
they're gonna freak out and come at me.
No,
Seriously.
Please come at me.
See, that's
Please.
the thing is like in our
'Cause
area.
People are just gonna be like brainwashed and just nuts now,
In our area, you can get away with it. No one says anything. No one like even really gives you a dirty look if you're not wearing a mask. And a lot of businesses have the sign "No mask, no service."
No service, yeah.
But they
throw me out.
still let you.
Go ahead,
They're
throw
not
me
they're
out.
not actually denying you service. They're just doing it to follow what they're being forced to do.
I know, man. I saw the video with the guy in the grocery store a couple months ago, and people were coming at him like Night Living Dead, man. It was weird. Like they're all just getting in his face. Put your mask on. Put your mask on. And like 5 or 6 people just roll up on him. I'm like, dude, that's not a good situation to be in.
That's probably in your liberal
I am
areas.
literally at the point where I will bury you under a mountain of pepper spray and let my lawyer deal with you, because I'm just done pretending that I'm that stupid. It's just
then they'll make an example of you and say you violated a health ordinance, and I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that the worst case scenario, they'll paint you as the demon, dude. That's what they do.
I know, but physically, I have a verifiable medical reason, which they cannot even ask me by law to never wear a mask, right? And so if you attack me, you are effectively committing a violation of federal law. Okay?
They don't care.
I know, but I'm just saying, I will gladly be a
publicize it
millionaire.
and challenge you,
Walmart,
but still, you'll win. Yeah.
That's right. I will gladly be a millionaire. Go ahead.
Walmart has already violated that on numerous occasions, and
nobody's ever sued.
Well, I think one lady is about to,
right?
Because just a couple weeks ago, a lady down in Eagle Point was in a Walmart. She has a medical condition.
Mm-hmm.
She took her mask off while she was in the store.
Mm-hmm.
And
she didn't sue them.
Well, this has just happened, so I haven't heard if they've, done anything. But she was trespassed from the store. She was arrested on trespass. So, yeah, it's all gonna happen. I foresee. I definitely foresee, her suing them for, that situation. And we have out in the crowd Mr. CB, who's another fellow Oregonian. So welcome. So you were about to say something about defense.
Well, the normal employees where I am aren't stupid enough to approach people. They're not that dumb. Okay, they just they look at you, turn around, and walk the other direction. They're not dumb. They don't want to lose their job, and they don't want to get a confrontation to you. They can't by law ask you what's wrong with you.
Just start coughing really bad and start like spitting stuff up.
Right, but you see what I'm saying? There's this catch-22 out there right now that if you're really, really tired of this, then just don't comply with it. Stop. We talk about why we're mad about all the gun laws that get pushed on us. because we comply with everyone that comes our way. We talk about how mad we are about this, how mad we are about that, how mad we are about the other, and we don't provide any resistance to it at all. So
I
it
have not.
keeps
I have
stacking.
not worn a mask
Because I
this
don't want
whole
to call you
time.
and have you come bail me out of jail.
Dude, I'm just saying. If that's what, but that's what it's going to take, right? Is it's going to take some level of resistance. At what point do we want to resist? Do we want to resist now while it's not the end of civilization, or do we want to wait until we're all walking around like the Middle East? And oh, by the way, all of your civil liberties are being smashed under an ordinance done by some local serf.
Yep. See, I have stuck to my guns, and I don't wear a mask, and that's just my choice. And like I went into a store a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, and there was a lady at the front of the store, outside, and offering masks or whatever. And I just looked right at her and I said, I don't wear them.
Well,
She's
then
like-
maybe if
And
yeah.
she's like, oh, okay, have a great day. And just let me walk right in. She didn't give a damn.
Maybe those of us that live in a state where we can actually put up resistance need to be the ones putting up resistance. And if you're in a condition or live in a state where you're incapable of doing that, then you can't do it. Maybe that's just the case. But the reality of it is some level of resistance to this garbage needs to start. It's getting absolutely crazy right now.
I've been putting resistance up, and I know I've been talking to a lot of people, and I've been very vocal, like in stores, talking about how people are just sheep.
Well, no, I don't like the concept of calling people sheep because that's not fair. Travis, Defense Dad, there are people out there that would genuinely lose their jobs, who would be impacted much in the same way that, I don't know, a complete lockdown may cost them their jobs anyway, but potentially they'd get fired.
No, I can teach remotely.
Yeah, you can. I know.
Yeah,
I know how you do it, right? But the reality of it is we've got whole cities that are beginning to tell their local government officials, this is ridiculous, and you're bankrupting small business. Okay.
Yep.
And if we don't put up a stop to this pretty soon, and at least the places where we're capable of doing it, we're going to lose the whole picture. Okay. But if you look at how far they're trying to take things in New York City to include shutting down all religious establishments and everything else, the answer is not complete compliance. It's just ending in tyranny. That's what's happening. And I'm sorry to go off on this, and I'll drop it, but it's got me bugged because I've got some friends that are Jewish in New York City telling me that they're being threatened by the city if they try to have a religious service, even in compliance with the laws. And that didn't just happen because coronavirus existed. It happened because the entire city, the state decided they were going to succumb to this law. People just did not resist.
I see we're joined out in the crowd by Mr. Mario. Welcome, Mario. So, Defense Dad, the link is in the chat if you want to jump on.
but no, Nighthawk, I do agree with you because, we see a lot of other public gatherings that happen. Nobody ever breaks them up or stops them. But you want to choose to go to your place of worship, which could hold services that are socially distanced, and they still won't let you go do that.
Correct. And brother, I'm not going to. Yeah.
Your Target store on a Sunday morning is going to be way more crowded of people breaking social distance rules than your own place of worship.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And I'm not crapping on people that can't comply with it. Okay,
Yeah,
I get it. If it'll cost you your job, I'm never going to accuse you of being a sheep. If there's just absolutely no way you can do it, so be it. But for the rest of us, God, put up a little resistance to it. You know what I mean? It's the old concept of licking the concrete in the prison that you're stuck in. Eventually, mold will grow.
I see Mr. R4 Mississippi Thunder has joined us, and Mr. Rich White. So welcome, Defense Dad. So...
Hey, thanks for. So sorry, I'm doing chores, but I just wanted
this is kind of something that I deal with every day, and it just drives me insane because I freaking hate the masks. I really do. I don't think they do any good. However, I live in the same.
I said they don't.
Right.
That's
So
been a proven point, but yes.
So I live in the same town as Travis does. Both our mayor and our governor, and so it's mandated in our entire county. I work in retail sales, and our company enforces it. They're actually sending inspectors out to make sure we're doing this stuff. So, and I've been in this job for almost 14 years now, and I rely on it to pay my child support and my rent and everything else. So I don't have the luxury of not complying. And I also hear people always saying, well, then don't live in the state or move. Well, I don't have that option either because
that becomes too easy of a cop out to just tell
and
people to move.
if I move, I'm divorced and I share custody, then I don't see my daughter. So I'm not getting on Nighthawk, but this subject just drives me nuts because as much as I hate it, I have to comply with it. So we provide masks for free, and if someone has they have medical exemption, we lay off. But short of that, they just announced they're sending out inspectors to make sure we're doing everything. So if someone comes in and we have a customer without wearing a mask, as soon as I inflict a fine on my company, then it's corrective action. So it sucks.
Wait, you just said the magic word though, which was if somebody says to you they have a medical reason, which by the way, under the law lists a mental or physical anomaly which causes you not to be able to wear a mask for some reason, doesn't specify, doesn't require you to produce a doctor's note or anything of that nature, you will back off. Is that correct?
Yeah, but at the same time, I have to wear it, and this is my own fault because I smoked heavily for 15 years.
God.
I have asthma to the point where, and I haven't smoked in over 10 years, but I have asthma to the point it's almost COPD. I have to wear the mask because if I say I can't do it, then they're like, well, maybe you can do one of our work from home programs.
Right. Well,
but again, at the level of pay I make a very good living, and I've been there for a long time. I can't afford to just switch jobs because if I can't pay my child support and everything else, then I don't see my kids. So it's especially if you're in retail, it sucks.
I agree. But from the standpoint of local people wanting to put up resistance, there's the loophole. Create a loophole. That's all you have to do. And Kingpin's exactly right. Non-compliance is not a luxury. It's going to be inconvenient to you, and you're going to have to do something ugly. I'm not saying lose your job over it, right? If non-compliance for you is complete loss of your ability to make a living and therefore to contribute to useful society, well, then that's stupid, right? But for the people coming into your store who can provide a passive non-compliance in that way, let's get it on. Let's have more people do it.
See, like, the governor of Oregon has completely violated the ADA because in her executive order, mandate, whatever you want to call it, there is 0 exemptions. 0 exemptions.
Gonna be looking at a couple fat lawsuits here pretty soon.
Yeah, somebody with Legionnaires is dead after 15 minutes of wearing a mask. So somebody's going to need to sue them to their knees.
Well, and I didn't mean to get on my high horse about it, but like it just drives me absolutely insane when people automatically say they won't comply or move to a different state. And not that you really, I mean, I'm just saying it's a sore subject with me.
Well, yeah. And now when I'm saying like, don't comply. So we understand that, you have to do it at your place of employment. But when you're out shopping at another store, you have that option to not comply.
I do, but being on my situation, I still wear it most of the time just because I know how crappy that feels when I'm put in that situation. And not that this is this is just me. I don't want to, those people trying to get their $8, $9, $10 an hour every day. Like I just try to make their lives a little easier because I'm there. Same thing.
Yeah. Most of the time, like when I walk into a store and I'm not wearing a mask, 99.9% of the time, I get 0 comments from anyone.
I'll see here you do, because we've got a really, really liberal mayor, and our mayor. We're in this capital, right? So our mayor fights with our governor because they're in the same town, and they go round and round with that stuff. But like, you can't even you can't go into Walmart for sure. But they have people out there, they won't let you in the store without it anymore. And I know you don't like Walmart. I don't really like it either, but
a unity move here would make an impact if we work together on this and any number of other things. And I'm sorry, but we need a beach we die on, at least one, that is not the end of our lives. The frightening thing to me is that the gun community and most good Americans at this point seem to be dying on the beach that is literally their death. There is some type of agency at my front door knocking on the door saying they're going to take the last of my freedoms away forever. That is the beach that we seem to have died on, instead of the one where we unify and say enough on another subject, which to me is a little insane.
Yep. So I don't know. I've decided that, and it's my decision. I'm not saying anyone else has to take up the same cause that I am doing, but I've been at the point where, you know what? Go ahead, just arrest me. I'm not going to wear a mask, and if you say that I have to wear a mask or not shop in your store, I'm not going to shop in your store. It's just that simple. You know? And if I end up going to jail, well, I'll post bail. And I will file one hell of a lawsuit.
Yeah, that's me right now. My family lawyer has already told me that he's perfectly willing to prosecute that.
Yep.
He's
I
perfectly willing to put that up.
I see we're joined by Miss Vanessa Kitty and Uplift Mofo Party Plan. So, welcome everyone. I see we've lost Mr. Defense Dad from the panel.
Yeah, we upset him, and I didn't mean to. He's good.
No. Sometimes his Chromebook boots him out of the network, I think, that he's on. Yeah.
No, let's go with the part that makes him look like an emo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. He's raging right now. He's coming over to pick me up, and we're going to the governor. No, I'm not going to say where he's going. We're going to the governor's mansion. No, that can happen. Actually, governor's on our side, so that's not going to happen. So,
that's cool.
So, yeah. So, this morning on your show.
Yeah, what's up?
You had a few good topics and range bags.
Mm-hmm.
I know you were talking about med kits.
Yeah.
And I kept saying my medic to get products, medical supplies that are all 100% made in the United States.
Yeah.
And I actually just did a video not that long ago on a kit that I got from them. They've actually been running Black Friday specials and everything, and they have a lot of really good prices going on. Plus, you know, you can get some just good kind of cheap kits from them.
You said mymedic.com. See, and when I screen share, I'm only running things off of one screen, so I really don't know what's going on in the chat. I always have to go back and look at it and catch up on it. So if I don't see it, I mean, I wouldn't know unless somebody else on the panel points it out to me, because they'll put that on the internal chat. Like, and but yeah, when I screen share, unfortunately, I just see that one screen.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll have another laptop going so I can check out the comments, but since I was scrolling so much, I wasn't really looking. But you said it's mymedic.com is the place to go.
I am pulling it up right now.
They've got 30% off site wide going on right now. So let's just check and see. Well, how much is just a decent little entry level trauma kit from these guys? What are we looking at here?
You guys didn't piss me off. My cat jumped on the damn computer and hung me up.
Oh, I heard it.
Sure,
You're being
sure.
funny at that point.
No, we said you're roid raging and that you're just storming off to just go, break something.
No, I go off on a tangent once in a while, like when they announced today or yesterday we can't say Black Friday, but for the most part I try to keep an even keel. But like sometimes I just have to walk away, or else I just get myself in trouble.
So if you go with the solo first aid kit, you're talking it's like $35. Now if you go with a MyFac, it's $84. And then you have your choice between basic and advanced.
Can I just point something out real quick? The classes for you to know how to use most of the stuff that's in that kit correctly are going to run you another $1,000.
Well, I mean, not stop a bleed. I mean, you can.
Well, not well, but
there's
about 12 things in there to stop a bleed that can be done with 2 things, and it drives me crazy when I see these massive. And $84 is not bad for that kit, but $200 and $300 for a kit that can be done with an Israeli bandage. You know what I mean? Yep. And a tourniquet. It just, as an old medic, we didn't use as much high-speed crap as this, and we stopped bleeding just fine with pressure and a little determination.
Yeah. So I got a question for you then.
Yes.
So I got crap for it this morning, but I have a buddy who was he was a Army medic assigned to Special Forces. He doesn't tell me where, but he told me when I was shooting to honestly have a couple tampons in my range bag.
Absolutely.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Absolutely. Tampons and maxi pads, they have a couple of uses. And the best part about them is, so tampons work for a serious bleed, a puncture wound. They work for females who need them, and they work for soldiers that are whining that you can't get to shut up. Okay? So a cat tourniquet, an Israeli bandage, and any kind of good occlusion bandage. And I like the high speed stuff. Don't get me wrong. Okay. But we didn't we didn't have access to that kind of stuff all the time. And so, okay, chest seals. These always make me laugh. Most chest seals don't stick to the chest. Somebody who's just gotten a gunshot wound through the chest is going to be covered in blood and so sweaty that chest seal is going to pop loose. You're not going to be able to get the adhesive to stick on it. Quick Clot's great. That's fabulous stuff. The markup on the Tylenol, Advil, and Benadryl in that package right there would blow your mind for the quantities that are in that. The markup on those gloves would blow your mind. On those scissors, go put your own one together. You'll put it together for half the money. You really will.
So, when I bought
Can I say stuff? Hold on. $42. If that bag, if that nylon is made in the USA, I understand what you're trying to say, medic, but that is not the case. You're not going to put that kit together for $42. But the reason I jumped in here is that tampon business is wrong and it's old. A tampon is designed to absorb blood. Its job is to absorb blood, and that is not clotting. Blood that is not designed to clot. It might sound like reasonable, right, but the way you stop bleeding is by allowing it to clot.
To clot,
the way you
correct.
Stop bleeding is by taking a zigzag bandage and you pack a dressing. You don't insert a tampon. A tampon allows you to have a very clean dead person. It'll absorb the blood and never let the blood clot. It's a wives' tale or whatever. And it might work if you have nothing else, but what would work better if you have nothing else is your shirt.
I agree, but for most
underwear.
of these guys,
A tampon is total wives' tale. Never use a tampon for nothing except what it's actually designed for.
These guys are never going to get their hands on anything that high speed. They have to be applying pressure dressings on 90% of the stuff that they have out there.
That's
if they're
fine.
never going to establish a clot.
But don't rag on people for carrying more gear than they need. You carry a first aid kit, not for you, the dead person or the wounded person, for the person that runs up on you. And you hope that a paramedic or a trained medical person is going to run up on you. So why not have a chest seal? Sure, it costs $30. If there's a chest seal in there, that's $20 alone. And you're right, it doesn't always work all the time. And it is possible to improvise. But if it's for you or for your loved one, why the hell wouldn't you want a $30 thing that works for the tension pneumothorax that almost never even is an issue unless
Right.
you're in something
Ever.
like a traffic accident or a puncture situation? And that can
Well, and I
happen.
wasn't ragging on it. I just wanted to know if it was true or not.
So
So
here's
tampon,
the
no,
here's the
tampon is
problem.
old wives' tale. It sounds good, but it's bad news. It's designed to absorb blood, and in real situation, blood stopping, you want blood to clot. You want to create pressure, which will crush the
Pressure,
capillary,
right?
and you want to create a structure, which is what QuikClot does. Create a structure for the capillaries, for the capillary action to take place, or for the for it to start to coagulate. So I just want to jump in here. That's horrible advice. And you're right. A lot of times there's markup on these things, but you'd also got to look that they're able to buy these things wholesale. So you're keeping in business a company whose job is to make first aid awareness. Often the companies are just sitting there exploiting the concept. Yes, but often, or I shouldn't say often, sometimes they're exploiting the concept. Sometimes, though, they're out there hosting Stop the Bleed classes. They're out there teaching gun owners who aren't aware that it's important to plug holes as well as make holes. So if the company is good and they offer markup, as capitalists, we redistribute our power, our money, so that we can put it into good use, right? So yes, you're right. You can sometimes get it cheaper, but often $42, if that's a US piece made of nylon, their buying power, their ability to buy 500 pieces of benzidine or whatever those packets are that you're right, there's markup on, they're still going to get them for a penny. They're going to charge you a quarter. You might be able to buy them for a dime, but maybe you're keeping a place in business. And that's all I was going to jump in. If you really want to save money, get 10 people together, 12 people together, do a group buy. If 12 people bought 2 first aid kits, you'd be able to wholesale buy everything off of Amazon for the cheapest price possible. There'd be no middleman. Somebody just gets it all and distributes it into packages and sends it to everybody. Do the math, figure out how many you need to buy and what the shipping is between you all. And more than likely, you'll save all the middleman costs and you'll get fresh first aid kit.
So
Well, I think most people are looking
at
at we're looking at this as one layer, and it's not one layer. And so if you use multiple interventions on the same issue, you're going to have a better effect than if you put one in. And you're exactly right, G-Webs. But you're right. Stuffing a tampon in a wound doesn't instantly stop any type of a bleed. Putting a bandage on any type of a wound doesn't instantly stop a bleed. That's why I'm saying they have to go forward and get some more than basic med level training so they understand how to control it. If they're using the wrong intervention at any point, or just a single intervention and counting on it to forever deal with the problem, they're invariably going to lose the bleed game.
So with like the MyMedic, so this is all 100% US made. Everything in there, all your supplies are all US made and everything.
Nothing about that pouch looks US made to me. That's why I'm skeptical.
No.
That pouch looks Chinese made 100%. But the other thing is it's really difficult to get certain things made in the USA.
Built in the USA.
Yeah, built in the USA is assembled in the USA. Made in the USA is manufactured in the USA. So I don't know. I've never seen built in the USA as an actual thing. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just saying that looks like a Chinese kit. That would cost, from a US manufacturer with US Berry compliant materials, that's a $40 bag. And then if you're putting all that kit in it, and I don't know where you get certain kit made in the USA, like gloves, I guess it's possible, but you know what I mean? A lot of that stuff you're getting sourced because up until this year, nobody bothered to make Tylenol packets in the United States or something. You just got stuff from where it came from, except for Berry compliant stuff, which would be super expensive. But I don't know. I'm not trying to talk shit. I don't know anything about MyMedic.
So the one thing I like about these guys, one is they accept HSA, health savings account, which then is a tax write-off. So even if you're paying this, you can write all this off on your taxes. This is all a medical cost.
It's so jacked up in price. I get it. Maybe you're buying a bag. I don't know. Just to look at the individual interventions, though, you can get away much better than that. And I hate to see people spend that much money on
you
stuff
scroll-
that they can get away with.
Scroll back down to where it shows like that exploded view of the medicines or whatever that was part of the screen, just a little bit below this. So here's the problem I have with this thing. It's $40, which is fine, and it's got a tourniquet, which is like Colt or Smith & Wesson or Glock, right? That's a personal preference almost. They either work or they don't, but then there's preferences on it. It's got the EMT shears and stuff. So I would accept. I don't like Quick Clot personally. I think it's ridiculous, but whatever. The chest seal, the gauze, and the tourniquet, and gloves, maybe scissors. Like that's trauma kit. That's quick needed, stop the important shit, bleeding basically, right? And you can use it for other stuff, but that's the stuff you'd have immediately. Tweezers, I don't know what those balloon things are, Band-Aid, and Tylenol and shit. That's called boo-boo kit, and it's in your way. It is lethal if boo-boo kit shit is falling out into a thoracic wound. Like that shit has no business in a trauma kit. So when I see all that stuff put together, I don't see. This is someone who's trying to help and give people the tools to get a job done. This is somebody who's trying to put a number of items into a kit to have a quantity or a nice picture. But as far as being thought out, you don't need that much stuff in a trauma kit. A trauma kit is stop traumatic bleeding. And if this is supposed to be a regular kit, you don't need Quick Clot in a regular kit. That has nothing to do with, like, I hurt myself, mommy.
No.
This is designed for... This one here is what they call the range bag. And it's for taking to the gun range and stuff. And so you have all your Quick Clot, your chest seal and stuff in a specific pouch. Now, all your boo-boo, your Tylenol and stuff like that, that is all kept in a separate location. So in a quick deployment, you could easily get to your trauma shears. You can get to your gauze. You can get to your chest seal, your Quick Clot, your tourniquet, your gloves. You can get to all of that stuff very easily. It is set up for a quick deployment, just like what your EMT first responders are going to, when they roll up. Yeah, they have pretty much all this stuff in their response kits too.
That's different.
But,
I mean,
they're
going to be ready for a lot of things. So they're bringing a toolbox, and they talk to an EMT, like nothing.
That's a whole different thing. Yeah,
like they don't get surprised by anything. A brand new EMT might get surprised for like a couple of weeks, but very soon they've seen everything. This is for regular people who are like, oh my goodness, there's a hole in a friend of mine or me. And in that case, you're never going to talk me into like, well, all you got to do is unzip this and then unfold this and this way.
Yes, I'm going to soil myself first, and then I'm going to grab the Quick Clot and not know what to do. So,
well, 90% of the time we came with a GI bandage, and so a GI bandage and a tourniquet. And so when people are like, I have this, and this
fabric wrapped around like a piece of gauze, and that's it.
Yep. And that's, you get on that wound, you put as much pressure on it as you can, and you keep that person alert, awake, and alive until a higher level of medical support comes.
Here's the problem with that, though. You're dealing with 18 to 35-year-old males that are in shape. So they don't have any heart conditions. They don't break when you push on them. The first time I was in EMT school, well, maybe the second time I ever really did CPR on somebody, it was a crack.
Snap, crackle, pop.
I broke his rib. And when you break ribs on a crack addict who's spazzing out with 6 cops holding him down, that's the best time to break ribs. Seriously.
Oh, yeah.
When you break ribs on an old lady in front of her family. That's not a good time to break ribs. So, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
like, you're different when you're a combat medic than when you're a paramedic. And that's totally different than us working on each other and ourselves. That's all I'm saying.
Why does an 80-year-old not have a DNR anyway? And that's what used to drive me crazy. But that's a whole nother topic. If I'm doing CPR on grandma, there's a bigger problem. But I think I'm going to have to agree with G-Webs on this. I need trauma packs to be trauma packs, and I need boo-boo bags to be boo-boo bags. And it doesn't matter what I'm doing. I've got a GI bandage on me, and I've got a tourniquet on me so that I can stop bleeding and in an emergency completely stop circulation.
Yeah, the
Just as a capitalist, 30% off. Like, how can they manage 30% off? Like, what are they doing it normally?
Yeah, well, there's nothing in there that's worth $84 or $200 if you look at some of these kits.
Oh my
That's
goodness. Well, that you can never tell on a big one because that might have
Yeah.
like 6 chest seals, which cost $30. But what would that one that we were looking at for 42? Was that the?
It
That
was
was the on
60
sale
some odd
price?
bucks to begin with, and that's insane. The markup on that is crazy.
So that
Okay, yeah,
$84
yeah.
one, if you bought all that stuff individually, the $84 one. Well, now,
Might
okay, they're
pull that-
showing 84. The 84 does not include the advanced side, though. If you open it up, that's just
Yep.
for the basic, right? Because there's basic, and then there's advanced that
Basic,
has everything
yep.
from basic and advanced. The advanced is 168.
Well, so far we don't know what that really is. What does the quick view show inside of that? Because their definition of stuff is stuff I've never heard of before.
Well, no, if you go back to the one that's 84, you can choose basic or advanced, and it shows you what you get when you buy the advanced. But the advanced includes
Yeah.
everything from the
And that's
basic
an
also. But then the price goes to
Expedition.
168. It's even more expensive.
This
That's a
this is the one-
Vietnamese ripoff of a Maxpedition pouch. That is not a U.S. nylon.
No.
This is the one I have. I have the Recon.
So scroll down. Let's see what's inside of that for basically $300 after you ship it.
Well, this is when it's on sale. So in the basic, you're gonna have all of this.
Advanced
this
Boo Boo
stuff
kit.
here.
That's your camper's kit right there for kitty camp, right?
That's got a thermometer in it.
Heck yeah.
No,
and
no, you
four
need all
rows
that
of
as an
medication.
EMP. That's all diagnostic stuff. I mean, that
Yeah.
helps to figure out if something's a fever or a blister or whatever. I mean, you need this stuff, and it's necessary for like family because you got all kinds of stuff going on. And there's a certain amount of if you bring out a Bowie knife and a piece of dirt
Yeah.
to your kid when they've got a problem, they're not going to be as confident as if you bring out this kit and like bring out some stuff and show some confidence and like put a band-aid on them. They're going to be like, okay, there's a certain amount of like, okay, the first aid kit came out. I'm going to be okay. So you can't overlook that aspect of this for regular people that aren't like, I'll
So-
just make this stick and like, heal it up for me.
Like with the advanced, so it has the
Airway insert.
glucose. So you can raise people's blood sugar if you come across somebody who's having low blood sugar. So it has stuff in there just for that. It's got your chest seals in there. It's got two different,
Sophia and Gio.
and you've got your lube for installing or inserting a chest or like a chest tube or trach tube if you're certified to be able to do that kind of stuff. It does have scalpels that come in there that are sealed individually. It's got a hell of a lot of stuff in there.
So that's got an airway kit in it. Is this selling to medics? Is
Yes.
what this is? Is this selling to EMTs?
No, because it's only got 2 airways. It doesn't have a kit. A kit has
Yeah,
8
not a
airways.
complete
It's
kit,
2
yeah.
airways. I don't want to talk shit because you bought this thing, so I'm going to hurt your
Yeah.
feelings. But this is not a good kit. Like, I wouldn't throw it away or nothing. It's stuff, but it could
mean-
definitely be redone or something or whatever. But it's the nice thing, like you said, is they're doing it with that deal, so that you basically are counting it as healthcare. Basically, I thought you had to itemize to do that, but I don't claim to know taxes or whatever. But if they can make it where you can comfortably get it, it's better to have something than nothing. But in the future, especially if you're going to invest $300, have a conversation. You definitely have the knowledge of how to get a room together, like make the topic first aid, and you can. And I'd still say if people are really interested, get 12 people together. Somebody that has access to a real catalog, like the catalog that the medical supply stores are going to use to redo their kits. You'll get all that stuff at the lowest price as possible, and usually it's like a dozen or 50 or something. So if you're putting together 24 kits, it's real easy to divvy up 50. And by the time you add all that up, it'll cost you a couple of grand, but 12 people cutting into it, you'll get the cheapest kits possible, and then just put them in Ziploc bags and in existing nylon bags you already have, and quit paying for all that nylon that you don't really need. And I think that's probably the cheapest way possible to get just what you need with none of the extras.
That has a suture kit in it. I just noticed
Yes.
that.
Yep. It has a couple suture kits in it.
And is that moleskin? Or are those Band-Aids? Those must be Band-Aids.
These here are
Uh-huh.
all different kinds of Band-Aids and everything. It's got burn shield. It's got 2 or 3 one-way CPR valves. So when you're doing CPR, you're not worried, you don't
All
have
right.
to worry about.
So, have you taken a CPR class?
Yes, I've done CPR, first aid, infant
So,
CPR, first
In the
aid.
CPR class, did they use?
I used to work in the medical field.
Right on. So you understand what I'm saying then. So when you take a CPR class, most of the time they got the mannequin and they want to make sure that you understand how to open the airway. So they're almost never, unless they're different now, because I'm going to go ahead and say I haven't taken one in a while now. So it's quite possible that they're different now, especially after this year. I don't even know how they do CPR after this year. But back in the day, you basically went down on that mannequin, and every time they'd wipe the thing off with alcohol, but they didn't even consider if you were carrying one of those keychain pieces of plastic toilet paper mouth guards, or if you were carrying a real, like the puffy life preserver kind that we all carried as EMTs, because most of those are designed to fit into a bag, and you're going to bag the guy. But when a regular person just says, I'm going to have my CPR shield so I don't get the AIDS off this guy, I'm saving his life. They've never used that thing before, and now that guy is dying as they try to read the instructions in a panic with people looking at him. So I was just going to say, if you got any kind of CPR mouth shield thing, open one and use it on your wife or a mannequin, whatever's appropriate, because it's about like trying to use one of them things in the bathroom, like good luck unless you got your system down. Trying to cover a person who's choking with a mouth thing and then not get your spit. Like, you just have to either get AIDS or let them die. That's my philosophy.
And then how much parts of a person weigh. Most people don't realize how heavy people are. And when you try to do things like a head tilt chin lift or even a jaw thrust or half a dozen other maneuvers that you're going to need to do, if you're not familiar with actually manipulating a real human being to do those things, you're pretty
compared to that stupid dummy they always use that weighs nothing and complies. Yeah, that's a great point, because most people, if you've never done CPR for real, you're going to be like, this is not doing what the dummy didn't. Like,
not at all.
Whatever you want.
Why do I keep filling their stomach with air?
Especially if they're if they're choking and you're trying to do a Heimlich, they're thrashing around, they're moving.
Well, in my experience, after the first moment or two, they quit moving.
They stop fighting after a while.
Yeah,
you're right. For a minute there, you don't know what to do because they don't know what to do, and you're just evaluating, and then they drop, and then you're like, okay, it's fairly obvious they can't breathe anymore. But they do drop after a second.
And they're not always going to give you. Some people will not let you know there's a problem. They'll actually try to resolve the problem themselves until it's almost too late, and they'll just go over, and the wife will scream, "He's having a heart attack." And you get over there and he's had a piece of steak lodged in his esophagus.
Oh, yeah. It's almost always the wrong diagnosis from whoever's standing close to him. Like, he just broke his leg. And you go over there and they're choking on a hot dog.
Medical assessment.
Yeah.
ABCs. I don't know. Do they even still teach ABCs?
Here's a little pro tip. If you ever see somebody go down and you can tell they're a CCW carrier, like they got their gun out or you can see their gun somehow, just go, "Give me his gun," and then they'll wake right up.
There you go. Works every time.
Yeah, doesn't matter what's going on. They'll be like, "What?" Huh? No.
Then you hit them with the Narcan and everything is good.
But, yeah, it's been a couple of years, like 2-3 years since I went through first aid. I'm going to be doing another refresher probably here pretty soon.
I heard a really cool thing a long time ago in a magazine, and I've tried to live up to it. But as soon as you can't remember the first name or if you're your last CCW instructor, time to take another CCW class. Or not CCW, first aid. Sorry, I'm saying
first
CCW.
Aid class. Yeah.
First aid class, yeah.
I can tell you the exact person who did my first aid CPR infant, first aid CPR, and he was an EMT, and he retired from that, but he still owns his own. Him and his family own a ambulance company.
Right on. See, I think the idea is that if you can still remember their name, then you probably remember the stuff. But as soon as you start forgetting their name, you've forgotten enough stuff that it's time to get a refresher.
I just look at it. You should take and be doing a first aid CPR, infant first aid CPR, because yeah, it's great to do first aid CPR. Everybody, thinks about that, but when you're doing CPR or first aid, and now you have a child involved, it's a whole different, style of first aid and CPR that you have to be doing. It's not the same. You're not treating your patients the same. And so you should learn infant first aid CPR along with stop bleed classes and stuff like that. So there should theoretically be 3 separate cards in your wallet at all times. You should have your first aid CPR card, your infant first aid CPR card, and your stop bleed card.
Is
showing that you're certified in all of it.
Is what you call it no longer the law of the land? Good Samaritan clause?
So that only covers on certain parts. Now, if you want to be technical, the Good Samaritan only protects you based upon the level of training that you have received.
Well, your competency. It's your competency. You can't take one CPR class and then be obligated. If you don't feel confident, you're not obligated. But yeah, if you're a doctor, you have a different level of scrutiny than if you're a nurse. Different level of scrutiny if you're a paramedic. Like a doctor watching somebody die, that's where it gets to be a thing. But if you're just a regular person who has a couple of CCW classes, I don't think anybody's going to be like, you're a horrible person because you didn't take charge.
No, I mean, the Good Samaritan laws are what keeps people from not intervening in the event there is a issue, right? So it's not to prevent or to necessarily the doctor, right? The highest level professional out there. We're talking about the standard Joe walking by and not even calling 911. It basically prevents them from being sued if they go over and try to save somebody and there is an unintentional injury.
Yeah, if they're not completely if they're not reckless, then
they don't take a gun to their head, right? To liberate their brain.
You don't have to be a doctor. Try helping people, and
right.
It's sort of like we all probably agree that if we're dying, we'd rather have an amateur try to do something than be scared to help.
Right, and that's what I mean by the Good Samaritan laws. So if we're talking about a medical intervention, it's not necessarily about what you're certified in. Or as a matter of fact, I would probably want to be documented certification less in that case than more, because
exactly, and that's what it was about. When we got told it in EMT school, it was to go, look, there's a Good Samaritan law, but you don't get to play with that anymore.
No,
because you are now an EMT. So if you stand there watching somebody die, you're an asshole, and you're not necessarily liable, but you're a fucking asshole. And this is a bunch of people who aren't trying to be assholes. So wake up, an asshole.
So
if you're drunk or something, nobody expects you to be a miracle. You're allowed to be asleep or be drunk or have an off day or whatever too.
Right. When I went through the EMT program in the it was 98. So we went through EMTI in 1998, and the Good Samaritan laws were already in place then. But we were basically instructed at that time that you will intervene unless you are affected in a way that would prevent you from doing your job normally. So if you've had something to drink or something of that nature, then at that point it's better not to intervene because you would not work at that capacity normally.
Yes, Warsaw, I see your comment. But I'm playing other people's videos, like you can get a channel strike by playing other people's. So unless it's like your specific work, then yeah, just I'm not gonna play somebody else's work on my channel because I've already gotten a warning from YouTube.
What was the question that he was asking? What was the comment?
To play a 47-second video on a medical,
Okay.
like a medical kit.
Yeah, I mean, what'll happen is that the content creator is going to get they'll check their copyright section
Yep.
under the studio, and they'll see if anybody else has used their stuff, and then they can send out the
Copyright
warning
strike.
notice. I've only gotten it for music, which was ridiculous because I used it from an MP3 friendly website that's supposed to be royalty free. Use it however you want, just as long as you cite it in your description box. And then
Well,
I don't know if somebody
the
bought
scam
the
is
song. I had 3 of my songs and I'm getting nailed.
I think
Yeah,
the
were my
scam is
videos.
that they claim those royalty-free ones. They know they're royalty-free, but they claim them because that's the YouTube, whatever, like they're just playing the YouTube system off itself because the YouTube system doesn't check. They just take their word for it. And then most of us go, okay, because what do we care? It's like that video makes 15 cents or something, right? Like, okay. And
No,
then
these
they
were
do
actually
that
doing
stuff
pretty
on-
good.
Oh, see, that's annoying. I mean, it happens to me
They were
on the little-
tourist videos. Those do really good. So yeah, maybe not 15 cents, but
Well, does it
and they were.
still
But see,
let you, it used to let you remove the portions with the song.
yeah, I do. But just saying, you do get that copyright notice. So yeah,
Or,
No,
or
that
you
would
just
be-
remove the song. You can go in
Yep,
and edit
yep.
and remove the song, which they give you that option. Because
Mhm.
I've come across that in my very first video I did. I was playing a song in the background, and then it, nothing happened, and I was like, okay, cool. And then like 3 months later, I get hey, this song has been claimed, blah blah blah. If you get any kind of commission for it, or you get it becomes monetized, that monetized money will go to the other party unless you remove the song, blah blah blah. So
yeah, you know what? If the song's good enough, I don't care. Totally on the patriotic stuff. I'll totally play some patriot song and let them have that money. I'm good with that.
If I put a Lee Greenwood song in my
I was just going to say
Lee
that.
Greenwood.
Lee Greenwood and his estate can have my money.
Yep, all day long.
If I play,
to be an American. Here we go. Let's just
exactly.
I literally did one the other day.
That's the thing is, if you sing it without having the music behind it or having them singing and you're just like singing with them, that's a whole different. Then they don't get the royalties from that. I do not believe, because that's then becomes your, So yeah.
All right, man. Hey guys, I'm gonna go ahead and jet. Y'all have a good evening. Take it easy.
Take care, brother.
Chill,
You have
relax.
anything you wanna-
Appreciate the invite. Let me jump in here. Yeah.
You have anything you want to plug before you get out of here?
Hey man, everybody check out everybody on the panel. They got great content on their channel and enjoy, man. Lots of good stuff here to watch. If you're getting tired of watching all the garbage on TV, check out our channels. We got a lot of great content. So that's it, man. Appreciate you letting me be on here, and you guys have a good night.
Thanks for joining us, and definitely everyone check out Caliber Corners every Saturday morning, most of the time.
Most of Saturdays, yeah.
bright early in the morning. Set your alarm for 3 a.m. Pacific time, and you should be able to catch it by 6 a.m. Pacific time.
And we've also got season 1, 2, and 3. You can go back and binge watch if you want to. It's not on Netflix yet, but we're working on it. So
aren't most calibers round?
Well, I don't. There were some that were like triangular or cubic. I suppose back in the. Yeah, for the most part. Yep. It's the corner. It's the place where we all hang out to talk ammo. So yeah.
It's the distributing corner.
Oh yeah, oh man, don't call it that. That'd be bad. Distribution. Yep. All right, you guys take care. Have a good night. See you
Yep,
guys
you too. See ya.
later.
See you later.
So yeah. So, I know and going back to the Good Samaritan law. So it protects you for if you do nothing or if you do up to your ability. Now, just because you know how to do something doesn't mean, like, say you know how to install a chest tube. You know the proper way, but you're not certified to do that. You know, now that becomes you're not protected under Good Samaritan if you insert a chest tube.
I think it's state by state as far as what each state defines it as. So I think we should be careful about defining it here.
Yeah.
I think you should probably look up, because in my state, it's a lot different than that.
So, yeah, I know, like, what I have been taught is you're only protected up to what you have been trained to do.
Yeah, like if you're like, well, I've seen a doctor do this a bunch of times, so I'm just going to go ahead and try this. Oops. And then they sue you because you were way outside your realm or whatever, right? Then it's not like you can go, well, Good Samaritan. They're like, no.
Well, in my state, basically they hand you a nuke and say, do your best, according to Title 63, Healing Arts and the Good Samaritan Law. So any person, including those licensed to practice medicine and surgery, including any person licensed and certified to render any service ancillary thereto, or any member of volunteer aid, rescue, or emergency squad who provides aid services, who in good faith, and it lists everything that you can do in a practical field situation from there, is covered under the Good Samaritan law. So it even goes a step further and says medical professionals who do their very best in any given situation and do not through gross negligence or gross misconduct, so intentionally cause a problem.
Yeah, I think that's what it's about, is just to give people some sort of like confidence that, you know, that if they try in good faith to help someone, that they're not going to get abused. And then at the same time, if someone's in trouble, they're not going to get some masochistic a-hole to just hurt them and then say, oh, I was trying to help. It's actually supposed to be a benefit to both sides, right? Like a protection to both sides.
Yeah, exactly.
So that I never worked as a medic in Tennessee. Most of my work as a medic was out of state, so I was not fully aware of our laws working that way. That's above and beyond what it was everywhere else.
Yep. So yeah. Now, G-Webs, do we have any promotions for the the store that you're going to be doing, you know, for like Black Friday or anything like that?
I'll probably try to figure out something for Cyber or whatever. I don't remember. Is it Cyber Monday? And then it's Giving Tuesday. And then there's something Wednesday now. And no, it was Wednesday. And then there's Small Business Friday. Yeah. So I don't try to do nothing on Black Friday it's Small Business Saturday. I figure everybody's got their thing, you know. So I'm not gonna probably do nothing for that this week, but I'll try to do something for Cyber or whatever. But I don't know. Anybody who was in the 2A patch batch might know, because I think I posted it on updates. But anyway, whenever I sent the boxes of patches, like the 200 patches to everybody, I used UPS for Tony and Clover. And then those are the two that got lost. So all this basically took a month to decide they are lost. And then it took me a while to fight the whatever the what do you call, like, the insurance.
Yep.
And and they're like, well, no, they're lost. And I'm like, I know that. You've told me that like for weeks. Like, now let's get the check going. And then it was like, oh, you just got to verify what was in the box. We need pictures, and I luckily had pictures and stuff, right? So I did everything, and then I find out, oh, we're going to give you $100 because they're not insured. And I'm like, no, they were insured, and I paid, I only paid like $5 for the insurance, but whatever, I did pay for insurance. And they're like, no, you didn't. So then I find out that the place that I print my labels from, which buys the shipping wholesale from everywhere, so that I save money, right? But they do their own insurance. So that's why UPS was like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, crap. So now it's not like I'm starting over, because the way that insurance works, you got to first go through the carrier, get a claim, get the check from, get a claim finished, or whatever you want to say, like a conclusion to it, and then start up their claim. And then they're sort of like, basically, I didn't know this because it's the first time I've ever had to deal with it, but they basically are like, oh, just ship. And then they're always going to, like, UPS did give me $100, even though on one of the boxes, even though it wasn't insured technically, right? So I didn't even, I technically lost a box with them, and they gave me $100, which is still better than kicking the face, I guess. But
Still
at the same
pretty
time, I
rough.
never really insured it through them. So now I got to go to the insurance company and go, well, I got $100 from UPS. And then they'll go, okay, because I insured them for $500. They'll go, okay, here's another $400, I imagine. But they want a whole nother set of whatever you want to call, like, stuff. And part of that is a receipt. And I'm like, well, these are fucking gifts. I don't have it. Am I allowed to say that? These are gifts. I don't have a receipt for a gift, you a-holes. Like, come on. So the problem is I can't call them, because every time I call them, I get this, like, everybody's working remotely, so blah, blah, blah. The phones might be crazy. And then it hangs up on me. And every time everything hangs up on me. So at this point, I was like, whatever. So anyway, long story short, because I'm in that position, and the real losers here are Clover and Tony, right? Because they didn't do nothing. They just happened to, their boxes were so big, I couldn't put them in a fixed rate box like I normally, everybody else is fitting a fixed rate box from post office. So I went with the cheapest shipping, and that was UPS. But whatever, they got lost. So anyway, so I just went ahead and put their reorders on a credit card, and they're in the midst of being done. But Clover it did a new one, so we're going to do a bit of so basically, long story short, is we're not going to do anything for the store, but I'll be doing a quick campaign for anybody that wants a new Clover patch, a different Clover cookie bear, just to help me not have to take all that in the ass. Because right now I got like $100 back, because they didn't even do Tony's. Like, it only paid me back on Clover, so I'm still not even concluded with UPS. And that means I still haven't even started Tony's other one. So I don't even know if I'll ever get paid back. I've just basically decided, if I ever get paid back, that's a bonus, but I'm guessing I won't. I'm just going to order. I already did order the stuff. It's actually being made. So anyway, I'll probably do that next. And I don't know, whenever I get a chance to do it, sometime next week, maybe, or maybe the week after. I guess next week is Thanksgiving, so maybe the week after.
Yeah.
Anyway, that'll be the closest thing to something we got going on until Christmas, maybe. We try to do something else.
Sounds good.
Thanks for the opportunity to plug. I know a lot of people out there grab stuff, so thanks for keeping us online. I do appreciate it.
You are so welcome. I really do like, going on and checking out your stuff and ordering when I can. So there's a lot.
I got a new deal to do the spiral parts of like a spiral thing. So you can bind with a spiral. Because right now I can only do about 60 pages, and I can only take a regular piece of paper and fold it in half, because I only got that one thing to do staples. So with this, I can take a regular piece of paper and do, well, any number of pages, really. It can go from a couple, it just depends on how big the spiral part you buy. So that'll be what I'm working on, is making the books big enough to read them and thicker, like, so I can do more with them. And
so my question, if you're going to put like the spiral binding on there, like what we used to do back in elementary school, I mean, I don't know if they still do that, but when I was growing up, we got to do some of that kind of stuff, and in school, where you'd make your own, book or whatever, and you would put those plastic bindings on. Now, are you laminating? You going to laminate the pages to help
The front and the covers, the back and the front.
Yeah, to
Yeah.
help with keeping.
So it's
Like
like rigid, but it
Yeah.
it. Yeah. So it doesn't all flop around. Exactly.
So yeah,
There's
Oh.
2 out there right now. So we'll see. We'll get some feedback. But basically, I just barely started playing with it, and my printer ran out of blue, and I won't have blue again until freaking Wednesday or Thursday because I forgot to. I need to start ordering it like every month because I've whipped through the colors.
put it on a auto fill.
Yeah, seriously. The problem is that the ones I've been buying come with 2 blacks, so I've got like 100 blacks now, and I ripped through the blue because I use blue a lot, and then I thought I had 2 more of all the colors, and I just redid them, and I'm like, oh, I'm out of blue.
Now, when you do your ordering, do you order each individual cartridge, or do you order it as like a pack?
Well, I got them off of Amazon, so this is a Xerox printer, but I'm using third party cheaper, like Xerox. I think it's $200 for colors, for a set of colors.
Yeah,
I get them for like say $50 for a set of colors, but I was buying. I think the first time I didn't know, so I bought a set that had 1 of each of the 3 colors and 2 blacks. Because why not, right? Maybe I'm gonna use more black. Problem is, then I reordered and I didn't think, and I did the same thing, and I never used the first black. So now I have 3 extra blacks, and then I reordered a second time, and now I have like 5 extra blacks. So this last time I ordered, like yesterday when I reordered or whenever it was, I reordered the double blacks again, and I'm like, and then I went and looked because I was like, can I just buy the colors? And I can't just buy the colors, but I can buy them with 1 black instead of 2 blacks, and then save $10. Or I can buy just a color. So I'm gonna probably order just a blue so that it, like I say, I just use a lot of blue. But yeah, to answer your question, I can buy them singly, or I can buy them like 1 of each, and it's cheaper to buy 1 of each than to buy them singly. But because I use so much blue, I probably will buy 1 blue just to kind of have a little extras, because that's the one that always dies first, but then a day later all the others die. So it's not like it's that much different. But anyway, as soon as I can start printing again, then I've already got, like, the almanac was a book, but it was a week on each page, and then it was like, whatever happened that day, somebody was born, or an invention, or like one of the states got CCW or something like that, so that whenever you open the book and look at that day, what happens and what's coming up, right? So that format worked, but the almanac is just impossible because everything's so crazy this year. Everything's getting canceled. Nothing's scheduled for next year, so it's basically blank. So I just took all that in content data and put it into, now I can put it in a regular calendar. So now it's just like a calendar you put on the wall or something. Plus, when I do the almanac, it's not going to be tiny, like cargo pocket size. It can be bigger. It can be size of a regular book or something.
Yeah, I've got to order the 50 States of 2A from you. That's one of those ones I need to, because I don't know, that kind of stuff is interesting. Reading about each state and like their gun stuff.
I made it as like I'm calling it an illustrated reference, right? Because it's not so much like, you definitely can't read it. There's nothing to read. It's just a bunch of like, let's say the logo for, I don't know, what state are you in?
Oregon.
So, whatever, trying to think of some company up in Oregon anymore. Kimber was in Oregon, wasn't it? So like Kimber, it would be like, whatever date they started and then moved to New York, whatever date. So it's like a reference thing, but it's not like a paragraph telling you about it. You kind of have to know what that means, or, know the significance of that. But for somebody who's like into guns or into Second Amendment stuff, who's in the know, it's a way to like not have to remember every little detail. You can remember the gist of it and then go use that to hone in on a specific detail. So as long as you know that, like, I don't know, Daniel Defense was in Georgia, you can go find the dates or something.
Yeah.
So for that, that's what it's sort for. It was also my first attempt, and I was noticing as I was printing one today, or I think, yeah, I had to print one today, I think, for somebody that ordered one. And I apologize already because my printer's running out of blue, so it starts to look weird. I'm going to start telling people anytime you get something printed from me, let me know if you really want a better one, because whenever the inks are good, they come out great. And then I don't realize when the inks start crapping out, they start getting orangey or bluey or greeny. You know, I know which ink is running out. And I'm not, some print house where I have some sort of quality assurance testers. If I notice it, I notice it. But if I don't, then it gets folded and created into a book and shipped. So anyway, you can always get a new one. It's not like, but I was noticing that it's sort of sloppy. Like I just really put it together, and then, I just wanted to see it done. After about 8 years of working on it, you're like, this is good enough. Like I'm done, right? It's like, this has to end. So now that I'm looking back at it after so much time of not even paying attention to it, like I could, and then doing other books, I'm like, you know what, if I put a rectangle behind all the companies, that would make it easier to see. And if I put like, a different color rectangle behind all the Second Amendment stuff, that would make it clear that these are, different or something. So, or maybe just index. I don't even think I ever put an index in there for like, I think all the gun ranges are in red text, let's say, and then all the hunting organizations are in green text, so it's like there is some rhyme or reason to it. But since I never put a key in there, like I'm like, oh shit, I guess somebody's gonna have to figure out, like you'll probably figure it out after some amount of time. But I never actually pointed that out. And that's the kind of shit I don't realize until 3 months after I started doing the damn thing, or, started printing the damn thing. So anyway, the next one will probably be bigger too, because it's just too small physically, to read it all. There's too much stuff in there. Anyway, It's a lot of fun doing it. And I'm hoping it's useful for people like you that are doing chats, or, Travis or whoever, anybody. Just so when we have these conversations or whatever, we don't have to remember every detail or what website has the information. We can just have that thing kind of nearby. Somebody can, and then just flip to whatever and be like, oh yeah. And then just so our conversations can get just, tightened up a notch or a little bit more accurate or whatever. Why not? It's easy.
Yeah. So that's more of a quick reference kind of
definitely guide. Yeah. Like those books when, at least for me, I go into like a hardware store. And there's that book that has like all the conversions and the stuff for the calculations for stairs, and then the drill sizes, all this stuff that it, but you don't remember every single piece of it. It's just supposed to be like that, except for 2A.
Yeah, that. It's still a good thing for a lot of us to have, because you can still go through and look at like all 50 states, because to try to know or remember, okay, well, Ruger was in, 5 different states. Say that's what, to try to remember all that and which states were they in, blah, blah, it could, be a good help, so when you're talking about that kind of stuff, you don't completely sound like a moron.
Well, and for me, like if I see something, like if I see a page that has a bunch of information on it, and then later on I'm trying to recall something, like for me, visual is better than just paragraph on paragraph of chapter on chapter. The occasional picture, like I'm not good at recollecting all that. But if I see a page and it's got somebody's face with the logo and then, I don't know, like a picture of the one museum, then when I'm like, what state was such and such in? Oh, it was on the page with the museum and that other guy's face, and that's in Georgia, so it was in Georgia. Like, hopefully that'll, there's that element of it. I know everybody's not the same, but for people that, there's got to be people that are, think like that. Or,
yeah. Yeah, for some reason my YouTube chat is not wanting to work. Is everyone still there?
Yeah.
Yuppers.
It says, okay.
It's the man trying to hold you down.
Yeah. Well, all of a sudden they're saying, well, in your chat you can now pin a comment, but it wouldn't when you hit has a got it message. I hit got it, okay, and it wouldn't go away, so it wouldn't let me go into my actual YouTube chat to be able to add somebody as a mod. So yep, Defense Dad has it right. At G23, it's Saturday, and YouTube is tired. No, they're just tired of me.
They're probably super busy.
I know, what is it? I think Military Arms Channel has a live stream going on right now. So, or he did have one. I had a notification. 7 minutes ago, Nighthawk released a video.
Yeah, I've been sitting here editing it. I promised a guy that I'd get it out, so I went ahead and got it out today. It's the single most awkward shotgun disassembly you've ever seen in your life.
So I guess Military Arms was live with GOA on a Senate race in Georgia. I don't know if that was 1 hour ago, so that's probably over by now.
Sidney Powell has just stated that we're about to overturn the results of the election. What the heck?
Who's Sidney Powell?
One of his lawyers, I think.
Yeah, she is like a down home Southern girl, because I don't know any lawyer that will go on national TV and be like, we're fixing to do this. Okay, girl, you got my vote. I mean, that's like a brain surgeon walking in and saying, well, let's see, we're going to go root around up in here. No, you're not.
Urine just get up in here and get this done.
So, Defense says, and we have no lives. It's 7:30 on a Saturday, and I'm cleaning bathrooms.
Oh, dude, I just finished my gun video upload. I'm getting ready to go watch a movie with the wife.
So, hopefully, you get a lot of great views on that video. I'm gonna go in and comment something horrible on there.
You should. It is absolutely. I did that video because my channel really does take requests from people, and
I'm probably gonna comment my dead grandma could tear it apart and clean it better than you could.
I'd love to see your grandmother tear this thing down as fast as I did in this video.
There was. Did you not hear my dead grandmother?
I'm just saying, dude. It is the single weirdest teardown for a bullpup shotgun I've ever seen in my life.
Have you seen how you do a KSG?
Yeah, I owned a KSG before I finally got rid of it because I kept feeling like it was going to explode in my hands. I
love my KSG.
It's got way more plastic in it than, in my opinion, a shotgun should have. It feels like it's going to blow up all the time.
After I put that front vertical grip on it.
Keep your hand out of the way of the barrel, yeah.
Yep.
Have you picked up the IWI version of a shotgun? It's not really a double magazine, it's a quad magazine that kind of rotates underneath.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. But I've seen a lot of them where they fail.
Well, have you picked one up though?
Held
one? I don't know about it working at all. I just know that one time I was waiting for somebody at SHOT Show. Like I haven't really fiddled with guns at SHOT Show in a while. I experienced the show and I try to meet up with friends and stuff. So uh, um, no, I haven't seen whatever Wood stuff. I guess I'll go look. But the and like I say, normally I'm not waiting in line to look at something at a show or something. But if there's something that's new, I'm not like against looking at something new. So I remember one year I don't remember what year this was, a couple years ago. I was waiting. It might be when it came out. I really don't remember. I was waiting for somebody somewhere, and I just happened to be next to that booth, and there was nobody in front of it. And I seen it, and I was like, I might as well pick it up, right? I was impressed. Like I'm not a critic. I'm not a fan. I don't really care one way or the other. I'm not a big fan of shotguns, as you know, but in general. But I picked that thing up, and I mean, I don't disagree with you on the Kel-Tec one. Kel-Tecs aren't designed to be H&Ks. They would cost what H&Ks are, right? They're not
exactly
H&Ks,
right.
so I would expect them to be an H&K, and I respect them for what they are. I like Helgren. I really like Kel-Tec. But I know what you're saying with the Kel-Tec thing. This thing,
It's solid, isn't it?
Basically, the shotgun version of it, Tavor. Yeah, it was just so crazy well made. It was like an HK plastic. It was just like really nice. I don't know how it works at all. All I did is pick it up, fiddle with it, and then put it down. But I was just like, wow, this is not, this is kind of the opposite of picking up.
The trigger on it is not great, but overall it feels like a tank. It's like having a Russian shotgun in your hands. It's solid.
But that said, those AR shotguns are solid too, and I'm not a big fan of those. But they are well made. They are better made shotguns than a lot of cheap ones.
I want to pick up an AK shotgun.
I've owned those, but I sold them all. Those were those were an easy. Like when I had way too many AKs, I had picked those up in trade for doing stuff for people. I had gotten those for free, and so I could have kept them just as easy as gotten rid of them. They were the first to go. I don't like shotguns, but semi-auto box mag fed shotgun is, if you really want one, I encourage you to go buy a 10-round magazine for one. The worst that'll happen is you can sell the 10-round magazine if you decide not to buy one, but go buy a 10-round magazine, load it with shotgun shells, and then fiddle with it and decide if that's what you want to carry around for 10 rounds, period. And you'll see that it's so easy to jam it up or create a malfunction with it. And you're going to get 10 rounds if you're lucky, 10 rounds that are every single pellet is a lawsuit. I don't like them. They're well made. They're really nice. As a gun, I like them, but as a useful tool, they were the first to go. They were worth too much. They were worth like $1,000. And they were just going to get scratched up and never used me.
I have a complete aluminum MKA 1919 that I assembled myself. I only run 8-shot buckshot in it because invariably the 9th one is the one that gets you a lawsuit, right? That 9th pellet is what gets you the lawsuit. That thing is amazing. It's heavy enough that it has no recoil at all. It'll run. I don't run any fancy magazines through it. I don't run slugs. I don't run the 10-round magazines in it. I run the 5-rounders because they run everything. They run 5 shots automatically. I can cycle it faster and reload it a lot faster than I can any tube-fed home defense shotgun. That being said, I still have an 870 as a part of my home defense plan. But that MKA 1919, being a solid aluminum chassis and everything else, if I was in a situation where I had to put a lot of lead down range very fast, it would be one of my choices. At least until I could get my hands on an AR,
Yeah. I don't know. I bought the KSG because I just wanted a shotgun. I didn't have a shotgun. And I got it for a steal of a deal. So I picked it up and I've probably shot it 3 or 4 times. It's nothing against the shotgun. I just, I'm more of a pistol, and I love my AK. I think I just have a little more fun when I go out and shoot them. But when you run a double op buck, high velocity through that KSG, and it will definitely rock you. I mean, I'm not a small guy, and it made me take 3 steps back. So it's not, when you're running high velocity, heavy duty double op buck through that thing, you're gonna feel it. But again, you're gonna feel that through any shotgun.
I don't know. GW, why are you so adverse to shotguns? I'm curious. Is it just the potential liability around them, or?
I don't like them. They're got to carry around giant, stupid ammo. It's just bad.
You like a more compact set?
Yeah, they're just a dumb gun. They don't have any range. I mean, realistically, what are we doing? Like, what's going on? Are we worried about birds? I mean, for hunting birds, hands down, they're great. For having fun recreationally, throwing stuff up in the air and shooting at it, yeah, they're awesome, right? But for real use, like, they're ridiculous. And I don't know. I guess I'm more of like that whole like old fashioned, oh, just give her a shotgun or give the kid a shotgun is dumb, because that's how you get a dog shot or friend standing next to the person shot. Like, just because, that's also kind of goes to the mindset of their incompetence, so don't bother trying. Instead, I'd rather get them super competent with AR-15s and have them surgeons on a roof, kind of mentality than, oh, the shotgun will sweep it all up. I just don't like shotguns. And then mainly the ammo. Like, think about 25 rounds of shotgun rounds and what good you can do with 25 rounds of shotgun, really. If it's slugs, that's 25 big giant waste of lead. Like, you're going to carry around all that lead to shoot 25 compared to how many, would that weight be in 223 or something, and what you could do with those rounds. Most of the time, in reality, we're not taking surgical strikes like snipers at individual targets of 12 people coming at us. So in 12 rounds later, the thing's over. It's going to be a heck of a lot of cover fire and it's just going to be a mess. So, all the ammo you can have. So I just don't see them being useful for almost anything except collecting food. And in that case, 1 or 2 single shots is good to go. For SWAT teams and people who need to break down a door, like have to kill dogs. I'm not killing dogs. I'll make the bad guy's dog my friend and have a new dog. I'm not going to kill no dog. Like, for doing horrible things that police have to do, yeah, maybe, but I don't do any of that stuff.
I have several tactical scenarios where shotguns are useful to me. So to some angles, I understand your perspective. If I'm in a sustained firefight, I'm always going to want a rifle. I would agree to that wholeheartedly. I don't even necessarily want a pistol in that scenario. I want to use that extra 1.5 pounds for more magazines for my rifle. But, in my home situation, I always believe a shotgun's a better scenario for defense inherently. A single shot stopping power with a 12 gauge used competently over even an AR-15 is significantly upgraded.
But that's not any realistic thing. Like, in real life, most of the time you hear a bump and it's a confrontation and a runaway, or a confrontation and the level of stress escalates or de-escalates. So now you've got something that's legally has to be 27 inches long overall, has to have 18 inches in front of its receiver by law. So unless you're talking a Serbu with 3 shots, which I think most people are going to consider as ridiculous to bring only 3 shots to anything when there's other options that can bring more, you're probably talking, something with a stock. Now, granted, you can hold on to it, but bad guy who is a bad guy for a living and person who's scared crapless and didn't get to choose the situation, holding something in their hands, are they also holding a flashlight? Are they also holding a dog back? There's nothing about 2 hands that I see useful. A sling on an AR over your back, yeah, okay. Shotgun with a sling, maybe. But now you're bringing 5 rounds around the house, 5 rounds that are either a slug, which are almost useless. They're, like you say, they're fine on meat, but on everything else, they just break stuff. They don't go through stuff as much as people, and just break everything in your own house. Or scattering all over the place, bouncing all over the place, making a big mess. Like, I guess if you want to make your house a big blender mess, but no, I'd rather drop 9mm into a bad guy. But the thing is, that's the fake part of it, because no one really has gunfights in their homes. It's more of, even though it's fake, rack the shotgun, turn on a light, dog barks, and the bad guy runs away or becomes emboldened and starts killing people. So, you know what I mean? It's very rarely like at the end of the hallway, ka-ching, ka-ching, and the cameras focus in and you make this fancy draw and, it goes down. Like I don't go with arguments like that, because that's just not how it happens.
Well, the reality is, I think we've both had much different experiences. I have been on scene several times where a young lady hiding in her closet with a double barrel has killed a neighborhood rapist. I mean, several times. And the spread of a shotgun in a hallway is not so large, unless you're using birdshot, that it suddenly becomes a magical bouncing around thing.
No, it doesn't have to. That's ridiculous. Yeah. It isn't the spread. It's the fact that people have armpits and things go through things. So you can hit dead on and 6 pellets can keep going and knock out your television. So you've accomplished what you want and ruined your television. That's fine if that's not consequential to you, but I just don't see it, because that could also be the neighbor's poodle or the neighbor. And
if you load something that's going to penetrate the whole house, and
then there's too many ifs. Then it's just too many ifs.
556.
Now let's take with the ifs where you go outside. Now the ifs are in real life. Something goes bump, not in your house, but outside. So you're going outside to investigate, and now they go 2 houses down and return fire with a 9mm, which can travel 2 houses, and you've got a shotgun that can't travel 2 houses. I don't see taking a 2-handed item outside that isn't able to get as far as you need it to.
But from the standpoint of in your home, if a shotgun is going to penetrate adequately to threaten your neighbor's poodle or anything else, an AR-15 is going to do the same thing. And so is a pretty standard
one projectile that's going to stop in the first thing that it hits. I agree. But again, you'd have to miss with the AR-15 once and then not hit the bad guy. And then, there's just too many ifs there. So again, I'm going to be repeating myself. But yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. But I'm running 900 feet per second, 8 pellet through a 14-inch barrel on a handheld shotgun. I'm not going through any of my external walls in my home. It's not happening. I can put the shotgun up against the side of the house and pull the trigger, and it's not going through the external walls. So I'm not concerned about follow through. And I think that comes down to people. No,
I'm not talking about follow through. I'm talking about knocking your pictures off the wall and your fine china and just stuff that you own that you have in your house to look at. You're just destroying your own stuff.
Yeah. And if somebody's coming into my house, they have already breached a significant security system as well as rather significant doorways, because they're not coming in through the windows. So at that point, I have to think they have more than larceny on their mind. So destroying a few things in my home. And I think it comes down to what people are actually prepared to defend themselves for. Have they thought about their weapon systems? Have they thought about what kind of defense plan they have and things of that nature. So is a shotgun always the answer? Absolutely not. I would agree with you there. But to dismiss it automatically as a hunting weapon or inadequate as a self-defense weapon seems a little odd to me. I don't know. It's my
Well, I just said you can definitely, accidents can happen. Like there's always going to be the clock is right 12, twice a day. So anybody can find a circumstance where it's worked. And just because it has worked doesn't mean that it's the best option, obviously. So again, my thing is most of the time we're dealing with unknowns. And if you're bringing in something that's, again, 27 inches long compared to a handgun and a light, now you run outside and you find out that your neighbors are having a surprise party and you're the guy with a shotgun in your hand. You run outside with a pistol and you put it behind your back, and you're the guy who ran outside to see what the noise was about.
Why would you ever run outside of your house?
I just said at 2 a.m., if all of a sudden 2 a.m. party poppers start going off and a bunch of shouting, and you startled, you wake up from maybe sitting in front of the couch, and your neighbors who, are home, and all of a sudden there's popping going off and screaming. Yeah, tell me about who's not going to act, in that circumstance, run outside your house and then go, I'm not saying you're going outside your house shooting, but if you grab a shotgun and go outside your house, you're the guy that ran outside with a shotgun. You
I
grab,
turn on the
you know,
cameras.
It's you. I'm talking
Yeah.
about in general. And if we're giving advice, I just don't
Yeah.
see a two-handed 27-inch long thing that can shoot 2 rounds that don't have single projectiles. Inefficient for almost everything except for hunting. If you don't have, what do you call it? Like, if you're going into a war zone, it's totally different, but not for civilian use in a normal situation.
If we're going into war zone, all I want is a rifle. I'm not even really interested in much anything else at that point.
Well, when we're talking like clearing a house with a team of 7 dudes who have other things also, then
Yeah.
shotguns are
The
great.
shotgun
Like,
in the
shotguns
field,
do clear trenches excellently. They're great brooms, but only when there's rules of engagement that don't have consequences with your freedom.
Well, and it's a mud wall and not your buddy.
Exactly. Yeah. When they're bouncing off of mud, exactly. That's when they're impregnating into mud, I guess, as opposed to bouncing off of drywall and, again, like glass and all the stuff that's inside of a house, metal and mirrors and all the stuff that you start throwing projectiles around. Who wants a projectile any eye?
See,
I'm just thinking of your vision.
I have bulletproof glasses.
one, like my KSG is what, 26 inches, 26 and a half inches long. It runs an 18 and a half inch barrel in a bullpup style. And I would trust clearing a house with that. Now, is that going to be the first thing I go and grab? No, because I have other guns that are closer and I'm way more proficient with. But I would have zero problems if by chance I, was all dazed and confused and, oh crap, my shotgun's the last thing. I've made it to the point where I've got to the shotgun and I haven't grabbed anything else. I have zero problem trusting that my shotgun isn't going to do exactly what I need it to do. And if I break a picture or I put a pellet in a TV, I don't give a damn. The thing is, I have insurance that will cover all that. So the TV will be replaced. The walls that I put a bird shot or
don't get like too worried about me actually giving a shit about your TV.
Yeah.
Let me go your children's eyeballs. I don't like to say stuff like that, so I say TV. Let's say, I think a lot of people think that, again, you're going to go out there and it's going to be all fun and games. But in real life, when glass starts spraying all over because you just put 36 projectiles into your living room, guess what's coming back in spades? Like dust gets collected. Nobody's wearing eye protection. Even if you got glasses on, that doesn't cover your stuff. So again, I'm not really worried about your TV. I'm talking about the mess. Go shoot a shotgun in a house sometime. I'm going to live out in the desert, so I can go find abandoned homes. Like I've shot shotguns inside of places, like old wrecks of home. Not really a home, I shouldn't say that. Like an old cabin or something, like
cabins,
an old structure in the desert or whatever. I've shot shotguns inside of buildings, and all that happens. I've shot shotguns inside of vehicles, and what happens is like every bit of dust that you didn't even know is in every compartment and every vent and every ashtray and every place in that nook and cranny, every joist of the roof comes down. Like start shooting a shotgun off and see what kind of fun that is. It's a massive thing to be shooting off in your house. So again, it's easy to dismiss all that, but reality, we're talking about really doing stuff. So again, they run outside and now you've got a whole bunch of rounds that can't reach 3 yards away, but they may have something that can reach 3 yards back at you. There might be 16 dudes outside, edging on the 3 that went into your house. You went outside with a shotgun when you could have had an AR is all I'm saying. Like, it's hands down an AR with 2 mags. Like if I got to go outside.
Oh yeah. If you're going outside, that's a whole different.
Outside.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going outside in the party popper argument again, though, we're back to square one. You've just walked outside with a weapon that you really can't stick behind your back, right?
No, you're right. You're right. You can throw it on a sling, but you can throw a shotgun on a sling if you're getting into that.
Well, either way, we're going to have a weapon that we don't want to be dragging outside with us, which is why we don't pursue bad guys, right?
No, well,
we-
hold on. No, I don't go down that route. There's
Yeah,
no way. You don't get to choose that. In reality, ideally,
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah, but in real life, bump in the night out by your carport, you're outside with your gun, and that's when you get, the
Well,
perception is that you're outside snooping around for bad guys when all you're doing is looking what's going on with your car.
I've
So I
been
don't
in
want
the
to.
bump in the night scenario and had a bad guy in my sights before. And I get a lot of theories from people that have never been in that scenario before. And what I'm going to tell you is in that moment, you really don't know what your mind is going to be. You're going to get hit by so much adrenaline. You're going to get hit by more adrenaline than you've ever been hit with in your life for most people. And your heart is going to be beating out of your chest. And I can't remember what my sight picture looked like in that scenario at all. Okay. And so ultimately for me and anybody else in that scenario in that moment, what I'd say is whatever your equipment is, just be good at it. Be real good at it and practice with it. Get out, do push-ups, do crunches, do jumping jacks, and then try to accurately engage targets with it. Because in that moment, even in that age, it being a young man and being in the service and everything else at the time, my world was absolutely nothing but adrenaline and a pinpoint. It was absolutely humbling how
Yep.
much your body took over at that point.
You go into tunnel vision.
Yep.
So everything else around, but what's through that little, there's a reason why they call, 9 out of 10 justified shoots anyone will describe as tunnel vision. I had tunnel vision.
Well, I don't know if I wasn't tunnel visioned, but there was only one direction. It was a little bitty apartment. There was only one direction to look. It wasn't like I had to worry about my corners there.
That's when ninjas get you.
That's totally when ninjas get you. They drop down from the ceiling.
Clover. I so wish his wife was in the audience right now because I know he wouldn't be saying.
She's not even home. You can tell she's not even home.
Exactly.
Well, I'm telling you, I don't go outside for anything. And so people are like, well, this and that and the other. I just check the cameras, right? And the cameras are already recording what's going on outside. So unless I look at the camera and there's somebody being actively killed, I'm probably not going outside anyway. And to be honest with you, even then, if I'm going outside and there's somebody actively being killed, it's probably with my sidearm because I don't want to have to explain to a lawyer why I went and got a rifle. You know what I mean? My sidearm's on me no matter what.
No, I'll explain to a lawyer. I'm confident if you can justify it to yourself and to a jury or your peers while you're doing something, then you can do something. And if you've got a reason to take an AR-15 on site, then take an AR-15 on site. You don't want to be unprepared for eventuality just because of perception of whatever other people's opinion of something.
No, thinking about the difference between premeditated and meditate, right? If there was a giant firefight outside and then an AR-15 is the only choice, you're right. That's what I'm going with, right?
Yeah, I'm saying I don't need to predicate it with a big firefight outside. It's not
you're going with the max level of preparedness, right?
I'm just going with a level. I mean, yeah, call it max if you want. A max would be a tank, so max is relative. I'm going outside with a tool to do something that's unknown. And again, like somebody can go, oh, I feel like that's too much tool. Well, if I feel like if somebody went outside with just their robe on, that's too little tool. So good. Now we have two different opinions. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying I don't predicate it with, if, unless, or whatever, because that's the thing. Like you don't get, that's how you get into positions. Like anybody who's rational is going to go, yes, I would never do anything irrational. But then what happens is you're outside with a cat, and then all of a sudden the neighbors start yelling at each other, and then they killed your cat, and then what the hell? And now your wife's in front of them, and they're like, oh crap, I got to go outside. So I'm just saying, you never know. And no cats were actually harmed in this.
That's why I keep a dachshund as a guard dog. There's no way I'm going to hit the dachshund in a firefight.
Oh. So...
Like if you have a dog or a cat in a firefight, a cat is going to probably book out of there. Where a dog, you could probably tie something pretty heavy, like any amount, like a good amount of ammo to a dog, and then the other person could call it over there, and the dog's probably going to drag that ammo over there. I don't see a cat.
Cats are worthless in that scenario.
No dogs were harmed in that scenario either. No dogs were shot.
All these are hypothetical situations, and even the hypothetical animals were not harmed in this hypothetical situation.
It was all blanks because even in that hypothetical situation, animal would have been too expensive.
Exactly.
Absolutely. At this point, do you remember, was it Eddie Murphy who did the comedy, They Ought to Make Bullets Cost $5,000? We're getting there.
That's Chris Rock.
Oh, Chris Rock, yeah. Ought to Make Bullets Cost $500,000 because you know he did something. We're reaching that point.
Have a good night, Warsaw. So, the side chat's been pretty hopping. I've been kind of trying to, but there was definitely comments going on the shotgun side.
Well, I think everybody's got a different perspective, and we can't dismiss any of them. I'm going to discuss the point on any pros and cons with anybody. There's very few people that can actually say they've thought that out as far as some people have, right? And so there's, for me, G-Webs has a very valid argument, right? That's an extremely good perspective. I built my home defense plan around the awareness that some angles are not acceptable, right? It doesn't matter what goes that direction. Those angles carry with them far too much risk. So we've managed our home security as well as defense system to prevent those angles from being an issue, even to the point of OCD. But not everybody does that, right?
I have a overall strategy, for this and for that and whatnot. But basically, I will most likely have my H&K P30. That's what I'm the most comfortable with. It's, I've never shot a shotgun, so can't speak on the efficacy of shotguns for home defense. And I have rifles and whatnot, but the handgun, that's like a warm sweater for me. That is comfortable. I know I can shoot it well, and it can
Just
do
FYI, since
most
you're on
of
the
what I
internet,
need it to do.
you're on the internet, so you're an authority. You can talk.
The one thing I have noticed a lot when I do a lot of my videos and I'm shooting the paper target, has anyone noticed that I at least put one round dead nuts of the target?
The first one that you take 3 minutes to line up? Yeah, me too.
It goes right in there, growing. You're going to shoot their dick off. Period. So I just factor that if you're going to get into a gunfight with me, you're probably going to lose your dick. Now, is that worth you getting into a gunfight with me? Because I'm probably going to shoot your dick off.
I don't want to get in a gunfight with anybody. There's always a chance.
So, I'm probably going to get a shirt that says that. If I ever have to use my gun, I'm probably shooting your dick off.
If you want, you can use the established prison method of indicating that by getting the tattoo just right by your eye. Except that instead of a tear, you get the.
I'm going to shoot your junk off.
A penis.
Yeah, no, that's never going to go. No.
He's got a line of penis tattoos down his face.
Bad guys are like, oh, this guy's a junk shooter. I'm out of here.
He's coming for the family jewels.
Oh, this has just gone way down south.
Topic was getting too serious anyway. People don't get on the internet to hear about real life stuff.
Exactly. They want it comical.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. I'm on a gun forum right now where somebody is talking about a guy said he's got 3 1911 frames to build, and all of the advice is to build them in 38 Super.
Why not? It's a prevalent round.
It makes me unhappy.
38 Super Partisan would agree.
He probably would. This is valid.
He's probably he probably has the 3 accounts that are saying build a 38. he probably has all 3 of those accounts. I'm just saying. If not, he's paying people very well to promote his 38 Super.
Oh man!
He says that round is going to take over the world again.
38 Super?
Yeah.
Didn't they quit it last time because guys with tight bandage wrappings on basically caused it to be ineffective? Was that 38 Special or 38 Smith & Wesson? What was that? That they were shooting at people, and because the natives had wrapped themselves tightly and
that was 38 Special from
38
and that
Special.
Run, I think it was 38 Special back when 38 is a big case because it was smokeless at first. It's
smokeless, yeah.
So I think that might have even been smokeless 38, which I think shoots different, right? I don't know.
Yeah, it does.
Slower, and then they made 45 ACP, but whatever. From what I'm not an expert, I just know this because I happened to see it when I was doing some research. That when what's his face Browning made the 1911, it was in a 38 caliber. Not 38 Super exactly, but something similar. And then the Army was like, no, we want the 45 because of all what you just said. So when he built the gun, it was made for 38, like all weighted, and he perfectly designed it for the 38. They made it into 45 and some other stuff so that the Army would want it. But then at some point after they went back, I don't think he did, but some other people went back and made it 38 Super, which is, I've been told, like a 357 SIG. It was to get 357 Magnum equivalency out of a 1911. So it's supposed to be a fast, very flat shooting, powerful, a lot of energy delivery type of round. People make fun of it because of the whole Mexico thing that they can't have military calibers. So they get it in 38 caliber, 38 Super, and they soup them up because that's their culture, is to soup up their guns instead of their trucks, right? So everybody makes fun of it because they think it's funny or whatever, but it's actually, how often do we have cool barbecue guns? Almost nobody gets cool guns here until recently, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, so 38 Super, I'm no super fan of it, but it seems kind of neat. And I could see why, well, now I guess because maybe somebody's thinking the ammo availability now is easier in 38 Super, maybe? Although it's usually kind of, except for in Tucson, like it's probably not very available for you guys. We have it all the time, but people from Mexico might run by.
Paul Harrell speaks well of 38 Super.
I'm not mad at the round. I don't know. For me, a 1911 is either 9mm or 45, but that's just me. And I do 1911s in 9mm, but I'm really still kind of a 45 guy when it comes to a 1911. I do. Now, you wouldn't break my heart if you gave me one of the ones in 50 AE.
I just took a picture. I've got a bunch of stuff going up on eBay, and a bunch of it is like catalogs that I can't throw them away. Like stuff I've picked up at SHOT Show over the years. I figure somebody might want them, so I'm not going to throw them away. I'll put them on eBay a couple of times, see if people want them. One of them was a handout from the guys at Guncrafter. I got to take a better picture because I wanted to take a picture of some of this stuff before it gets gone. And they were neat. Yeah, I like it mainly because I'm a big fan of anything that's solid copper projectile. Like I like solid projectiles. And that's what caught my eye. And originally when I seen it, and at the time I was just running around with my head cut off. It was in SHOT when it was different year every year. So it was a totally different experience. You had to spend a day getting your bearings at SHOT Show every year before you could start figuring out what to do. And we were trying to still explain what our taking pictures to people was still not a thing yet. So anyway, when that first happened, I wasn't really even paying attention. And then he's like, this is a 50 caliber for a Glock. I thought it was just the ammo. Then I'm like, oh, this is the slide. Like this is the whole getup. Like, holy moly. But that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think, are they still around?
Yeah, you can get the conversion.
Yep.
Well, I know the things still exist, but I mean, is the company still kicking them out? Are they still making them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I need to get a round of ammo because I wasn't collecting ammo back then. But I need to
Actually, get ammo for it. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, a 50 GI is still around, and then the 50 AE for the Desert Eagle is still around. But yeah, I've thought about it's like $600 for the conversion barrel and 2 mags, I think.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I was looking at them the other day.
They sell them on the Glock store.
How much did you say it was? I wasn't listening.
I think it's like $600.
Oh, I thought you said 200. That would have been awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
200
It was,
is
it was like
definitely
that
more.
before. It was like a whole gun.
200, 200, I'd do it. 600, I'm just looking at them.
You can get a 50 a conversion kit, Magnum Research, for a Desert Eagle to go to 50 AE for $505. So yeah, even the guns that are built in that are 500 plus.
Most of what Guncrafter did was 1911s and 50 though. Like,
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
the ground up, I think, right?
Well, they
Yep.
they have the 1911 50 GI, and they have a Glock.
Good lord, this is a $4,200 gun, dude. What the crap?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, actually, I think I can.
Yeah, their website's still active. Here's the Glock conversion. The Glock conversion, a complete one is $1,000 pistol. That's not bad. But I always feel like a Glock 21.
From what I remember, they're heck of good dudes too, like down to earth.
Are they?
Cool dudes, super nerded into their, they're doing it for the sake of doing it, not for some weird reason. Like just fun dudes. They were pretty cool.
Those are the kind of people you want to buy from. I like that. Oh my gosh, have you seen the Hellcat pistols they make? Holy crap.
Okay, so here's I got to leave, but here's a complete opposite. The guy Signer, it might have been, it was a different year. But Signer, the 22 conversions for Glocks and for 22s, I mean for ARs. That guy is total asshole. Like total
Really?
dick. Oh yeah, complete jerk. Like total opposite. Like I don't know what his reason is for being in the industry, but it's like he hates every single time I've tried to talk to him. It's like he hates being around gun people. Like, I don't understand that guy. It might just be me because I'm a dick. I mean, I'm not saying I'm good or I'm a perfect match for everybody or nothing. But anyway, just to kind of put it in perspective, like I don't think that everybody is the same way as that Guncrafter.
His website is pro-American as crap, and like, oh well, I guess it's maybe just good advertising. You never know.
Anyway, thanks for the chat, guys. I've been working on some stuff, but I got to get out of here and try to make a couple of bucks. But I appreciate the chats every Saturday.
Be safe, brother.
Later, G.
Thank you for showing up, G Webs. You want to promote anything before you bail out?
He bailed out.
Oh, I was over on the Glock store website.
This guy's got decently priced conversion kits for stuff. I wouldn't mind having a 22 conversion for my old Browning High Power. I would like to keep that pistol alive. It's got a lot of rounds through it.
Oh, great.
Oh, Jefferson.
I
Defense
see.
Dad is one sub away from 400. Who is not sub Defense Dad?
Well,
I
I was going to jump over with one of my troll accounts. And
Troll
Um,
account.
I can definitely unsub him and resub him. Will that help? I have zero problems doing that.
there you go. Oh, he was already at 401 when I jumped over.
Oh, no.
Nice.
So congratulations on breaking the 400 mark. Oh, okay. You guys can start singing.
Singing. Are you getting ready to drop? Oh, he dropped. All right. What are we singing tonight?
May you never lay your head down without a hand to hold. May you never make your bed out in the cold. May you never. Oh, you're back.
Oh man, that was quick. He's learning.
I even gave you the heads up. Go ahead, start singing.
Oh,
He
I
did.
was singing.
Does your chewing gum lose its flavor on the bedbuster overnight?
Oh no! I guess it's better than singing David Allan Coe.
I don't sing David Allan Coe.
What's that truck song go? How does that truck song go again?
I don't know. I don't sing David Allan Coe.
I've never heard any of his songs.
Oh yeah, some of them are quite jaw-dropping, I guess. I had never listened to any of the David Allan Coe until the wife had talked about, and so then I checked out, and I'm like, woman, this is really what you kind of listen to?
I got into my wife's SUV the other day and was taking it to the store because she was parked behind me, and she had hardcore gangster rap on the radio. I was like, what the crap? I'm not sure if the station may have a different music selection at different times, but it was some serious stuff, man.
Defense Dad says they're fun to sing drunk karaoke. And
we
there's
used to.
I said you can hear the wife in the back laughing her ass off.
We used to do the Muppet Show. So you turn on the Muppet Show and sing drunk to whatever song the Muppet Show and the special guest got up there to do. And you were messed up if it was Rainbow Connection, because Rainbow Connection is impossible while you're intoxicated.
Defense Dad says, because drunk is the only way I sing karaoke. I'm pretty sure that's just a requirement of singing karaoke. Have you had at least 10 shots of tequila? No? Well, you better go take some more shots before you can sing karaoke.
Well, it is that magical time.
We talked about 38 Super Partisan enough. He came back.
Oh, there he is.
You could ask him if he isn't. That was three channels promoting 38 Super Partisan 1911s.
No, I'm not going to out him in front of everybody. It's not fair.
Oh, he would be like, oh, hell yeah. Fat guy singing Red Hot Chili Peppers draws the ladies. No. So, we used to play a game called Screw Your Buddy. So when you're at the bar and you're drinking with some of your buddies and there's a karaoke night, you try to sign them up without them noticing or catching you signing them up for a song, and you have got to come up with a song that no guy is going to sing. So back in the day, I made my buddy sing I'm Just a Girl.
See, I'd sing that song. That's not a big deal. You have to take them completely out of their octave and then sing about their period or something. You gotta. I'm talking falsetto embouchure and just straight up girl problems.
Nowadays it'd be what's that song? WAP or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
Wait, think about it. Why would you name a song WAP? Because do you not realize how offensive that is?
Eh.
I mean,
But
think about-
remember,
Well, I
Think-
think the song being offensive is what makes it offensive.
baby, it's cold outside. It's too offensive for us to listen to anymore. So.
but if you think about, like, they used to say that to Italians.
Well, that's spelled differently. That's WOP.
Demonetized.
Right? God, good thing I don't have enough subs to be monetized, because that would have just broke it.
They're not even gonna give you free stuff at this point.
Yeah, I'm done. Slipknot is not a crowd favorite, but Five Finger Death Punch is. Okay. I see we have Mr. George Cortez, who's been out in the crowd for a little bit, and Honcho Fett that just showed up, but we've been going for almost 3.5 hours, and I'm kind of surprised the duck didn't go and shut me down, because I am clearly over my free 20 hours.
I told you they give you a few warnings.
I think
before
they
do
just charge
anything.
you an extra $60 an hour after that.
Oh,
Isn't that
well,
what it is?
they don't have any billing information for me, so I'm not too worried. But I will. Oh, so I emailed Chris Cheng after the show. I emailed him last Sunday and thanked him for being on the show, and told him that, people were glad that he joined the panel, and offered to have him back on whenever he wants, and he has agreed to come back
Sweet.
after the new year.
Nice.
So we will get a second run at Mr. Chris Cheng.
So this next time we're allowed to pull out the stops, right? Is what I heard. It's like
We didn't have to worry about having. He said that he was an open book if you would have made it to the pre-chat.
Mexico calls the ambassador to the USA to reopen the border for mass migration. I guess Mexico's tired of taking everybody from South America.
Well, that's because, and so, yeah, everything's going to happen. He answered a lot of questions. I did not realize how quick that hour was going to go. So hopefully next time we can get him for a couple hours. Because that 1 hour, it was so fun, but it went by so quick, and like, you didn't really get to ask him any questions, and Foss asked him like what, 2?
Yeah, I had more, but since it was real short on time, then I needed to make sure I got the hot dog question in.
Yep, which New York and I had already were like, neither one of us are going to ask that question.
I'll ruin your party.
Watch me.
It was funny, and he he took it with stride, so it was quite amusing. So I know Mr. Medic wants to go spend a little bit of time with his wifey wife.
Yes, it is necessary. My day starts at 5 a.m., so I'm going to take off. This was fun as always. You are amazing people, and it is great to have intelligent discussions with different viewpoints.
Yes,
Please
it
have an
is.
incredible night.
You want to promote anything before you bail out of here?
Yes, I just did a disassembly and reassembly video for the most awkward to assemble shotgun in the world. Watch it. Actually, we're going to be doing a bunch of Rock Island's newer stuff this week. We're going to have a new video out Monday morning with one of the new Rock Island pistols. So we're excited about that. Come on over and watch. Everybody out there, check out the people on the panel's videos and in the chat, because I think we're just about like 98% producers right now. So watch each other's stuff, take a new person shooting, and have an amazing day, guys. Thanks for having me in, G20.
I have one question before you bail out. How much did it cost you to be able to be a tester for Rock Island?
I am not a tester for Rock Island. It cost me roughly $2,800.
Okay, that was my only question for you.
It was expensive, but totally worth it. Actually, both of these weapons are going to end up in my permanent inventory. I'm so impressed with them. But anyway, have a good night, guys.
Yep. Have a good night. Well, congratulations, Defense Dad, on breaking 400.
Thanks, man.
So, since it happened on my live stream, I expect 4 cases of 100 round each, 40 cal ammo.
So since you're over 400, can I unsub now?
Sure. I just happened. I was just flipping through my phone and taking a break, and I opened up my just my window, just like, holy smokes, because I actually haven't been very active lately on my channel. So, but it's kind of fun to see that it's still growing a little bit.
Yep. Well, my phone just went flying across the room.
Oh yeah.
Yep. It just bounced off a concrete floor.
Gotcha.
It's not broke. It's got a Zito case on it, ZITTO.
Yeah.
And those things are, I tell you, those cases are worth the, I think, $20 or $30 that they are.
Mine always has an OtterBox on it because it saved my rear ends a lot of times.
The Zetos are pretty much just like an Otter, except cheaper.
My phone serves so many duties. I do all my channel filming on it. It's also my wallet because it holds 3 cards. I don't carry a wallet, so I protect it as much as I can.
Yep. Yeah, I've dropped my cell phone off my forklift, or let's just say it went flying off my forklift and bounced across concrete and did not break. So I have no problems recommending that as a cell phone case.
Yeah, the only time I've ever broken a phone was it fell off my nightstand. I didn't know about it, and it fell onto a pair of toenail clippers that had also fallen on the ground. And then I stepped out of bed and stepped directly onto it.
Yep.
Well, that and I ran over one phone with my own car. That was my own fault. What the hell is that?
That's my phone ringing.
Ah.
Yep. And it's somebody from Kennewick, Washington calling.
Is it your meth dealer? That's pretty much all that's in Kennewick, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure it's a spam caller.
Yeah.
Well, Nighthawk was just talking about his Rock Island guns. I tell you what, man, I'm quickly falling in love with that 9mm 1911 I just got from them.
I thought you got a WW6.
Yeah. That I laughed so hard when the whole panel was not awake that day because I was like, really, guys, come on.
I know it took a Marine in the audience to figure it out.
Hey, like I said, in my defense, I'm not very smart.
My only complaint about that gun is, man, holy crap! I never bought anything from Rock Island before. Out of everything I've bought, I have never had to spend that much time cleaning grease. It's even though I've cleaned it several times, there's still oil and stuff oozing out from where the safety goes on and all that kind of stuff.
So to answer Mr. Honcho Fest's question, I have never interviewed a person by the name of Paul Chang. So if I ever interview a Paul Chang, I will definitely ask that question. But no, we did not ask Chris Chang that question. And of course, another Washingtonian pops out of the woods and says, "You gotta watch those Washington people."
Yeah, he's up in Tacoma. You got to keep an eye on him.
Yep. Especially if he's over on that South Hill.
Hilltop.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. There. I've got to go visit Washington again. It's been a couple of years since I've been there.
Well, you got to wait now. We're all locked down.
Oh, screw that. Do they not see the plates on my rig? My rig says Oregon. I'm escaping a lockdown.
So that means you either drive 25 over the speed limit or 15 under the speed limit and pass in the right lane.
Dude, you really need to come down and visit where I am. You would, the driving down here would definitely make you ask yourself, where the hell did they learn to drive? I will see people turn right onto a side street from the left-hand lane, cutting across traffic.
Well, that happens all the time.
I will see people doing 20 over the speed limit and touching both lines. They will go from the outside line to the inside line, crossing over each line and back and forth down the highway. That's like normal driving.
People here will honk at you and flip you off because you have the audacity to turn at the same time they do, because they've forgotten you don't turn cross lane. You turn into your lane and then switch.
And then you know how you have turn lanes?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, people will take and not use the turn lane properly. Like they'll go into the turn lane diagonal and then sit there, so their ass end is out blocking part of the lane.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The part of driving in this town that drives me the most nuts is the public school pickup and drop off lane every day.
So yeah.
Like I want to yell at these parents, like, "Hey, I have to get to work too. Doesn't mean you can just cut everybody off." Like parents trying to get to work and drop their kids off to the school, holy crap, they're the rudest drivers I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. So if PNW is in Tacoma, we used to, when the wife and I would go, we'd take random trips and just go cruising. And so a lot of the times we would stay at what was that? The Best Western? It was right there in Tacoma with Copperheads. Well, there's a restaurant / bar over in Tacoma that has a hotel there also, and it's like Copperheads. That we used to stay at that hotel all the time. So But that's been, what, 10 years, woman? 10, 15 years ago that we would stay over there. So, yeah. That was, we'd go cruising up and down the Oregon coast and always stay in Tacoma for some reason. Went
So
to
you
the-
guys,
yeah.
you guys getting together with your families for Thanksgiving, or is it everything been shut down?
See, a lot of my family is still up in Washington,
Yeah.
and I'm down in Southern Oregon. I'm actually closer to California than I am to Washington.
Okay.
So to go see my family, it's like about a 10-hour drive.
Gotcha.
Yeah, for Thanksgiving, we just do, my wife and kids, and then Christmas is the one when we get together with everybody else.
So we usually always try to get together, but I'm usually the one that hosts it at my place. Everybody comes here, but like the state hasn't shut it down. Well, my parents are in their mid to late 70s, and my stepdad just had a knee replacement, so his immune system's a little bit down. So they've decided they don't want to get together this year, which I kind of get because they're in the high risk, but like at the same time, it's like I'm still making a full dinner, but.
Okay, Foss, I really got it. Where is there any nice places in Spokompton?
Yeah, you get up in the Painted Hills, kind of towards the edge. That's the
Are you
high
talking
dollar.
more about like Deer Park?
I'm not sure where Deer Park is, but that's where there's a lot of money, is the Painted Hills area. It's been a while since I've been out there.
I don't say, because last time I was in Spokompton,
But yeah, you get in the downtown towards
Yeah.
the center of Spokane. No, that's not a fun place. And it's, for everybody who doesn't know, it's Spokane, even though it's spelled Spokane.
and it's very popular for cocaine. Yeah, no, where I work, we get a lot of stuff out of Spokane seed. So
Yeah.
yeah, so I was in the eastern, or I don't know, I guess eastern part of the state, if you want to call it that. I say it was more of the central part of the state because pretty much it was dead center between Spokane and Seattle. If you're running the I-90.
So kind of Moses Lake-ish.
George?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we went to a concert at the Gorge in George.
Yeah. There's a lot of music videos that are filmed in the Gorge.
Yeah, we got really, really drunk.
Everybody gets it in Ritzville. No. Ugh. Nothing good happens in Ritzville. Defense dad is like, I have absolutely no idea what you guys are talking about.
That's true.
You get
It's like me and Travis talking about Nebraska.
Yeah, you get three Washingtonians talking about that state, and you'll be like, okay, well, I'm just never going to go there.
It's a beautiful state.
It is. It's a very beautiful state, and there's a lot of great areas and everything. But we're going to tell you every bad thing that happens. Like, I was in when I actually, well, that's like probably, I was actually up in Kashmir, but when I actually, and we always say that the city slogan is "Come on vacation, leave on probation." because that was very true back in the day when Apple Blossom was at its peak.
Oh
is
yeah.
that a lot of people would. They'd show up on vacation for Apple Blossom, and they were leaving on probation.
I've never been. I never went to the Apple Blossom Festival, but I've heard stories from people who have been.
So back in the day, Apple Blossom was awesome. I mean, they had a city ordinance of a cruising, and you couldn't pass by the same building twice within an hour. Well, you were lucky if you moved past that building at all in an hour. Because, I mean, the traffic was backed up from the north end of town to the south end of town. And pretty much you would start cruising, and by the time you got to the opposite end of town, you had to fill up gas if you were lucky that you made it there. Some people were getting pushed the last 3 miles to the gas station.
When we were cruising in high school, it was just downtown, and I lived in a smaller town than I live in now, and literally you're talking 8 blocks. It would take you probably 45 minutes to an hour to get there because it was just stoplight to stoplight. And most of my buddies and I had fast cars. Well, they weren't really meant to be sitting there idle with no air going across the radiator all the time. So half the time you'd be overheating.
Well, see, like a lot of the times when you'd get the cruising going on during Apple Blossom, it was mainly that a bunch of the cars were just shut off. You would shut your car off.
Oh.
And you would wait till you'd get a couple car lengths between, and then you'd fire your car up, you'd move and get back up, and then you'd shut your car off and you'd wait again. Because otherwise, yeah, you're probably going to overheat or, run out of gas.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, this was just Friday and Saturday night high school cruising until the party started up later.
Yeah.
High school, we used to cruise Bremerton.
So we drive 45 miles away to a different town and go drag race people, and then come back home just to break up the monotony.
Yep. Yeah.
There was a town we could go to. It wasn't too far away where the cops were. They were pretty friendly, and they knew people did it. So if you got caught drag racing and you had anywhere between $20 and $50 cash on you, they would just let you go.
Yeah. Well, it was all fun and games, and there was it used to be a great revenue. Apple Blossom was a great revenue for the city, and then they decided that they wanted to change everything and make it family friendly and change everything. So, like, they did away with all the cruising and all that, and pretty much they ruined it. So what used to be a very good cash revenue turned into just a waste, because people are like, well, why waste all that money going over when you can't do anything? There's no fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I understand where parts of the city were trying to, because there were times when lots of fights broke out and everything, but it's kind of the way it was. And yes, I do agree with PNW. The contrast between the eastern part of the state and the western part of the states in both Washington and in Oregon are so different.
Well, Washington has 5 different zones: desert, rainforest, alpine.
In Washington, I don't know. I guess would probably be like a desert area if you want to get, but it was pretty. You were close to the mountains, so you were right there on the Columbia River, but I don't know. It was just weird. That was its own little area.
Well, I think I'm going to hop off, guys. I just wanted to pop back on and say thanks for having me on and off tonight. And didn't mean to cause up any controversy.
Oh, you didn't cause any.
Good
So,
discussion.
Congratulations again on 400 subs. So,
Thanks.
and you want to plug anything on your channel before you get out of here? Even though, pretty sure almost everybody knows who you are.
Yeah. If you haven't checked out the channel, check it out. I put up a video the other day, and next week I'll have something coming on that 1911, and just that's about it. Check everybody else's channels out.
Yep. Ozzy says the last time he was in Seattle area was the summer of '79. Wow. That was a year before I was even born. PNW says, give him the rainforest all day. You can keep that desert. I don't know. There's parts of like Wenatchee that I miss, and then there's not. But Mr. Faust, do you have anything you want to plug before we get out of here?
I don't really have anything on the books, anything scheduled for videos. I just would like to say, well, for always, thanks for letting me jump on. Check out anybody who's been on the panel. Kingpin put links in a little earlier in the chat, so you can scroll back up and to find them, or check out anybody that's out there in the video, see what they got going on, or out there in the chat, see what they got going on, or start a channel, start making videos yourself, because you never know who wants to hear what you have to say.
Exactly. One of these times we got to get PNW on here, and we can just have a Washington BS session.
He goes on the Daily Show with G-Webs, Daily Gun Show.
Well, so what makes that more special than coming on here?
Maybe he doesn't like Oregon.
But I was a born and raised Washingtonian. I've only been an Oregonian for like the last 4 years, so that doesn't count. I was born in Everett.
You turned your back on us.
1639 forced it. Actually, I left right before 1639. but I saw the writing on the wall. No.
Yeah, 1639 is the reason I started making videos. It's, you know, I wanted to do something and I didn't know what to do, and then G-Webs kept saying, you know, do something, do something, do something.
Yep.
So I just figured, you know, maybe nobody will ever watch anything I do, but I'm gonna try and do something. Started making, just reviewing guns, taking people to the range, and you know, maybe not much, but I'm, you know, it's something.
Yeah, back when Clover and Ghost Tactical were doing their like Beavis and Butthead sticker campaign, and they were talking about going to SHOT Show. I kept, you know, asking questions and commenting, and they're like, well, the best way to be able to ever really get to go into SHOT Show is under media. So, yeah, we've got to turn that camera on and start producing. And I had thought about it, and then Mr. Kingpin had shot me an email asking if I'd ever want to be a guest on his show with a few other people. And I was like, yeah, but we could never get everybody lined up to be able to do the same date and time. And so I finally was like, you know what, I'm just going to turn my camera on. And so I invited Kingpin and Seven Wonders to jump on, and we do an interview. If you want, the link's there. So yeah, I was like, hey, just go ahead. If we have topics, we'll keep going. I don't have a problem staying going. We're at about the 4-hour mark. But yeah, so that's what made me kind of turn my camera on, and I figured, well, I doubt anyone's actually gonna really want to hear a damn thing I have to say. Welcome, Mr. PNW Woods.
How you doing, folks?
Yeah, doing
Very
great.
good.
So, did you solve any of the problems in the world today? I was just here for the last 15 minutes or so.
I think we created more problems than we solved.
Well, I think we had solved them all, but then we got into a big old argument on who was right on the way to solve them. So we ended up creating like 10 times more than what we ever had to begin with.
So you basically just reinvented politics.
Yes. we were arguing over which is better, the AK or the AR.
Am I supposed to chime in on that?
Yeah.
I go AK. I didn't really like my AR. They sold it. Wasn't a fan.
Yeah. I've never owned an AR, so I have never even shot an AR. I just
The only gun I really love is that Ruger's PC9. That thing's fun all day.
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't get past the looks of the AR. It just doesn't have that appeal to it that the AK has. At least that's just my. So maybe one day I'll break down and buy an AR and try it out, but I'm not so sure.
I think it's one of those whatever works for you kind of deals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never shot an AK. I don't have a problem with AKs, and I think I've said several times that I understand what they are. It just doesn't appeal to me, but I'm still going to make fun of people who own them.
Yep. You got definitely, the I don't know. I think all firearms are a personal preference, and I'll joke around and flip people crap that I've talked with them many a times, and you kind of know if they're going to be able, like with Rob D, giving him a bunch of crap on the Glock. That's just fun. And he takes it at that, and he flips us crap also, so it's just fun. So the AR AK debate, it's just like caliber debate. It's all a bunch of preference.
Right. Ford, Chevy, all that, yeah.
Well, yeah, everybody argues over Ford and Chevy when everybody knows that the Dodge is the better.
There you go. There it is.
But
so here's the question: with Biden winning and all,
allegedly,
yeah, Trump's got to actually bring actual evidence. So far, he's 0 for 40. 40 for lawsuits.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to go with Ben Shapiro's idea. Facts don't care about your feelings. Like we got to go that way too. But the question I have is that the way we get rid of Inslee? Because he'll be like Secretary of fucking something or other.
Well, that's what I realized is
We get Kim Wyman, the Secretary of State. Run her.
Yep.
That's what I saw as the
Silver
one
lining.
benefit of Biden.
But would King Inslee decide to remove himself from the state like Gary Locke did, or is he at the point that if he can't have presidency, he will just stay settled with his being the king of the state?
I think that's the whole reason he ran and he pushed his
Right, just so he
climate
can get the
garbage
president
so
up.
hard, is to get a cabinet seat or a position.
So I mean that if King Inslee could be removed by him taking a cabinet position or whatever, I think you guys would be in a way better situation, unless you end up with somebody else like worse than him.
Well, I was kind of wondering. I got thinking, talking with somebody else about Dino Rossi. Would things be different now if Dino Rossi had won?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Dino
He's a good
Rossi
guy.
was a great guy. I met Dino Rossi in Chelan at the Chelan County, or in Kashmir at the Chelan County Fairgrounds, and I spoke with him. Oh, good 45 minutes, an hour after he had done his little campaign there at the fairgrounds, and he was just he had a great personality, and I think he would have been a very great benefit to the state of Washington.
I do too.
I'm super excited that Ed Troyer won sheriff of Pierce County. Our longtime spokesman. He's a really good dude, and I'm hoping that he can parlay that into running for governor soon. Kind of like Sheriff Reichert did.
Yeah, I didn't. Culp kind of they screwed him over a little bit, and the way everybody, I was hearing enough people say what a great job Inslee had done with the COVID response. I knew that Culp didn't stand a chance, but
yeah, but the Republicans really needed to pick a better candidate than Culp. Culp is a wonderful man. I'm not saying anything against him, but what does he know about international trade and shit like that?
I didn't know anything about him until, like 4 months ago.
Right. We want the governor to be traveling to other countries and getting trade deals, so keep Washington workers working and all that. Like, there's a lot to it. You got to be able to run. You have to run a business or like have some stuff. I'm not saying he's anything less than great though. I'm like, by all means, fucking you be you. But the Republicans needed to maybe season him a little more. Would they try that?
Yeah, I mean, with you guys having the Port of Tacoma and like the Port of Seattle, and those are big international ports that deal with billions of dollars every day.
Yeah,
that
for
go
sure.
in and out of there, along with oil that goes through there and everything out of Moses Lake. The gas Moses Lake is storing a hell of a lot of gas.
Oh, for sure.
And so to be able to, broker all that kind of deals and keep all that functioning.
Well, our agriculture too, because we sell apples to Japan and the Middle East and all the wheat and
Oats and grains.
Yeah, people don't realize that we're one of the largest producers of wheat, and we make grow more potatoes in Idaho, and they just think that we're a big soggy mess up here.
Yep, everybody talks about Oh, go ahead, PNW.
No, I'm just saying it is a soggy mess. Don't move here.
It depends upon where you are in the state, you know, and everybody compares the entire state to what Seattle is, you know.
Right. Well, Western Washington, where we get, it's between 40 and 60 degrees 9 months a year.
Yeah. See, and like I was in Wenatchee area, and so during the summer, you're guaranteed 2 weeks out of the year where you're going to be triple digits.
Yeah. I went to grad school in Cheney, and being a Western Washington kid, I'm over there, and then it was a year-long program, and one day I had to go to school and it was 0 degrees. I'm like, what the fuck? And then another day I went to school and it was 100 degrees. And I'm like, why? Come on now. A differential degrees, come on.
Like when I lived in Pullman, you know, and I would walk. It's such a small town. I'd walk home, you know, but walking home at 6 or 7 in the morning, and it's already 80 degrees.
Yep. But a lot of times it would never. During the summer, you would hit like 110 during the day, and then your overnight low was like 78 degrees. You know.
I did like, you know, Eastern Washington, where there was 4 actual seasons.
Yes.
And then for most of the time that I lived over there, this, you know, it was the nice, dry, sticky snow. So, you know, there's no problem driving on it.
Oh yeah. Especially, there was times like we were, when I was in Wenatchee and driving from Cashmere down to Wenatchee, because I worked in Cashmere before I ended up moving up there, and it had snowed earlier in the day, and then as it started to, you know, the sun would go down and everything, it turned to like a rain, and then it went to a freezing rain, and then it snowed back over the top. So you talk about an ice skating rink to drive on. And I was driving a Suburban. And so, you know, I was like, whatever. I've got 4-wheel drive. I'm okay. But I still didn't try to do 100 miles an hour. I see too many of those idiots where they're, I've got 4-wheel drive, so I can, you know, just because you got 4-wheel drive doesn't mean you got 4-wheel stop.
Yeah.
You ain't stopping. And especially when having that big old Suburban, you know, I had a car that pulled out in front of me that night, and I barely tapped my brakes, and all of a sudden I started sliding, and it was like a heat-seeking missile. I was gaining speed onto that car, and I saw in the back seat where they had a car seat.
Ooh.
And so I'm like, oh crap. And I'm catching on this person, you know, and I'm like, shit. I either got to hit the ass end of their car, and I had a 4.5, 6-inch lift on that. So and they were driving a Honda Civic. I would have gone right up over the top of them. No problems. I was running 33 1250s on there. And so I made the choice, and I curbed my Suburban. And I barely went between a light pole and a fire hydrant. Got lucky as hell.
I'm glad you're okay.
So I made the choice not to cream the ass into their car and pretty much ruin a lot of lives. That would have, because that's, even though it would have been a horrific accident, you as a driver have to think, okay, you know, even though it wasn't my fault, I, you know, just potentially, you know, completely harmed an innocent person because of something that their parent did. So I was willing to total out my truck.
Yeah.
In Western Washington, we only have the 3 seasons. We have less rain, and then a little more rain, and then a lot of rain.
Well, it only rains 200 days a year.
I,
So there's 100 days a year where it's not raining. It may not be sunny, but it's not raining.
I love it when Seattle gets snow.
Yeah, we're done. We're out. Well, you got to remember, it's terraced. Like you laugh at us and all, but it's terraced. You can do just fine on the terrace that you live on, but you're going to go up a hill that you're not probably going to make it up or down.
I love watching like the Humvees try going up Queen Anne Hill or go down Queen Anne Hill after it snows. Dude, it is so funny to watch that happen.
I love the snow because I'm a teacher. I get all the days off. I'm like, I'm going to go sledding now.
Yep, but yeah, watching. I watched a Humvee go sliding down Queen Anne Hill and smack almost every car on both sides of the road.
Well, every year the city buses slide down the hill.
Yeah, for sure. Every year.
Oh yeah.
Because it'll snow and they won't chain them up yet, and they're going down, and you'll see them like run into about 5 cars and turn backwards.
Or if they got the accordion bus, it folds in half.
Yeah. I've watched that live a couple times. Where I just standing there and was like, that's going to go badly.
Yep. Welcome, Mr. Carolina EDC. How are you doing?
Awesome.
Welcome to the Washington Talk.
Yeah. Where's Washington at?
That would be 3,000.
To the left and up.
Oh, okay.
It would be about 3,200 miles from you.
Nice.
And contrary to common opinion, it is not South Alaska. We don't fight moose.
I thought it was southern Canada.
Well, yeah, we're trying to be. See, everybody tries to tell me that Washington's politics try to be California. That's not true. We're trying to be Canada.
Yeah, you guys are definitely trying to take the Vancouver ideas, and not Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah, I know what one you meant.
But then again, Vancouver, Washington's trying to be Portland, so.
Yeah, but the Couve is a whole different thing entirely, too. So I did my 5 years in Portland. That's the weirdest fucking place on goddamn earth.
Did you go to Voodoo Donuts while you were in Portland?
I've gone to Voodoo Donuts so many times that I could tell you where all of them are. Also, the one on 16th and Sandy closes at 3, unlike the one downtown. And when they mean 3, they don't mean 305. And bacon maple bars are the only reason to have a state of Oregon.
Come on. The donut that killed Elvis is got to be like the best one. And that's a secret menu item.
Well, I bought a bunch of the cock and balls for my friends on their birthdays because that's super funny.
Yes. Okay. The CNB donuts are definitely. I showed that one to New York Outcast and told him that that was his next donut.
Devil Food is really good too. I also like if you're in there, if you're going to order a dozen donuts, you just order a dozen donuts. They'll pick your dozen.
Carolina had enough of this Washington Talk.
His internet dropped.
I have guilt.
Nah, y'all started sounding like robots, so I have to leave and come back.
I haven't had the Voodoo Donut bacon maple bar, but I had one last weekend or so. It didn't do much for me. All it did was add salt to it.
Oh no, Voodoo has. Theirs has got to be the best bacon maple bar you'll ever have. Theirs is way above anybody else. But
yeah, none of the invitations work.
If you're gonna go there, you definitely have to get an Old Dirty Bastard.
And they only take cash. They don't do cards.
The one in Eugene does the card. Yeah, I think they've started accepting cards now.
And however long you think the line is, it's actually about 10 minutes because they're really fast.
Oh yeah. If you go to the one downtown Portland, you will. If you go to the original
Yeah.
downtown Portland.
We're across the street from Keep Portland Weird. Yeah.
Yep. and the Bart Simpson mural on the sidewalk.
Yep.
You will actually wrap around the street. You'll wrap around. But yeah, it's 10, 15 minutes, and they'll have you whipped in and out of there.
Because if you go up to their counter and you're like, they're like, next.
Yep.
If you show any fear, you got to go back to the end of the line. They're like, no, you're out. They don't care.
You got to pretty much know what you want.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if you take a boat from Washington to Alaska, would that consider illegal entry?
Nope, because Alaska is still the United States, and if you take the boat out of Seattle, they actually have a ferry that runs that route, and so you are still part of the United States because you're on U.S. property, which is the boat.
Yeah,
and you stay in the Puget Sound, and so you're still actually technically part of the U.S. waters.
You can take the ferry all the way in the interior, all the way to way up there in Alaska.
Yeah, I think it goes. You can take the ferry up to Juneau or Anchorage?
Got to be Juneau, the one that's on the southern end. Yeah, it's Juneau. I'm trying to think. I'm get on it.
Cool.
It's pretty cool.
So,
it's not a cruise line though. It's definitely a ferry.
Yeah, but you can take a cruise line out of Seattle and cruise up to Alaska also if you want to pay way more money. But the ferry, I don't think the ferry was that much back when I did it.
Do they go to out the ocean, or they go to the canals like through Canada, Vancouver, and all that?
You can see land the whole time.
Yeah, you'll see land the whole time. But yeah, you're in the Puget Sound, which is technically the ocean, even though they call it the Puget Sound. But yeah, and depending upon the time of year you go, you'll actually see whales.
Nice.
The whole time.
I want to go. I want to go to Alaska.
Yep. And because if you leave out of Seattle and you take that ferry and go up, you can have a firearm in your vehicle. Now you cannot actually. I don't think you can carry it out onto the boat due to the DOT issues and stuff, but you can have it in your vehicle.
That's cool. I was just wondering if you can I know, like you say, you take a ferry and everything, but I was wondering if you have a personal boat or something, you can get on and just go up there whenever you want to come back.
Yeah. If you have your own boat.
You're going to stop in Canada or not. Like if you're taking a personal boat, you're going to stop for gas somewhere. You might have some issues with stopping in Canada.
Yeah. But
I'm sure people do it. You just got to get the passport and all that. And they're not going to let you in right now.
Yeah.
Well, that, and actually, I think there's a couple filling stations out in the water.
Yeah, that's probably true.
So I'm not sure how that would go about, but you wouldn't be taking a Bayliner.
No.
You would be taking at least a 30 to 50 foot yacht, and so you're definitely going to be able to hold enough fuel to make it up to Alaska through the waterways.
Damn, that means I cannot take my little boat down up there, my 2-stroke boat up there.
Well, you could, but you better pick the right day so you don't get hit with any of the wind, the waves and stuff, because you will capsize. And there's some great trained people to go out and save your ass.
Yeah.
But there's still air time and the helicopters response and everything. still going to take time to get out there. So
I
hopefully
wasn't
you
planning.
don't
Oh, I wasn't planning to do anything like that, anyways. I don't like water, anyways.
And
I work at the native school in Puyallup, and
Oh.
they for the Puyallup Tribe Indians, they
mhm.
have their powwows where they take their big ass fucking canoes that are 40, 50 feet long, and it's got a dozen dudes in them, and they paddle that thing all the way to Vancouver Island.
Mhm.
We had the guy at school yesterday that was from. He's one of the leaders of the macaws. He brought a bunch of the harpoons for the kids and talked about the whaling and all that. What people what people fail to realize about the macaws whaling, that's their religion. So like limiting that for them, we're all about freedom here. Like you do you, but their tradition goes back as much as Christianity or beyond, really.
I remember when that was a big issue when they were trying to stop that.
Right. The Greenpeace was out there, and the Coast Guard cutters were out. The Coast Guard little boats were out there wrecking into them, telling them back off. And then I was like, "Go!" I remember watching it. Go Coast Guard, whack them, hit them.
Yep. That was a big ordeal. What, mid-90s?
Yeah, almost 2000 maybe.
Yeah.
They're thinking about taking another one.
I don't see that.
Well, it's one of those like we literally signed a treaty saying you can do this, so we probably should honor that. And it's not like they're taking 1,000 whales.
Yeah. I mean, I think the most they've ever taken at one time was like 2.
Right. They've only taken maybe 5 since like the 50s.
Yeah.
That's not a lot of whales.
So. Considering how many of them die, because of the oil spills and crap like that in the Puget Sound because of negligent owners.
Right.
In their boats. Like that, there was that big old Freightliner or the big old ship that was over in the Puget Sound, and it was owned by nobody, it seemed, and then it started leaking a bunch of oil and everything. It ended up over like in Seattle before it finally got sold. And
the ferry.
Are you talking about the Kalama?
I don't remember. I know
there was a ferry that the guy bought and wanted to sell, and then I forget what exactly happened that he couldn't sell it, and so the port, it was stuck at the port.
Yeah.
And then I don't remember which agency, I think finally just sold it because they took ownership of it.
Well, didn't he default on the loan?
I think so. I think that's what happened. Yeah.
And the bank ended up taking ownership, but the bank couldn't own it. They could own the loan on it, but they couldn't actually own the boat for something. And so, then it ended up that a federal agency took possession of it, and it ended up being sold and then transported across land. Ooh, that is a nice looking revolver. 38.
Somebody's saying guns are cool. I don't know if you guys knew that.
They are very cool, but Carolina, is that a 38 or is that 22? Yeah. 22 LR.
So I think it said it was I think it's a Rock Island.
Yeah. It's a Rocky Island. It's one of the new ones.
It looks pretty nice.
Pretty well made too. Feels good quality. Have a little Joker for 22.
Have you shot it yet?
Was that?
Have you shot it yet?
Yeah, yes, I shot 50 rounds today, and it was awesome.
You have a video on it yet?
No, I just got it today.
You didn't shoot a video when you put 50 rounds through it?
I was live on Instagram when I was doing it.
Oh. I think you did that when I was taking a nap.
Probably.
Naps are important.
Always.
Ooh.
Yep. Very.
The Dogs are up 30-0 over Arizona with 5:50 in the third quarter.
Excellent.
Yeah, who cares? Nobody wants to hear that noise.
Hey, I root for a lot of the Pac-12 schools, but
except for the Ducks, right?
Oh, fuck the Ducks.
Okay, good. So, like, we're going to not let you back into Washington.
Yeah, no. Fuck the Ducks. I grew up watching a lot of the Huskies and everything, and then after the Huskies kind of screwed over Rick Neuheisel.
Well, they screwed over Don James way before that.
Well, yeah, but when they screwed over Rick Neuheisel and the NCAA said that wasn't even a violation, we weren't even gonna, because, and then the UW's like, gone, you're out of here. I was like, wow, really? But I was already rooting for the Beavers at the time, along with, and so then I was like, okay, well, I started watching WSU, and really, I was like, okay, well, I definitely should have a Washington team since I live in Washington. But I don't know, the Beavers always had a special place in my heart, and then now I live down in Oregon, so
they might cancel the Apple Cup.
Well, they're already saying that we can't call it the Civil War anymore. I mean,
we can call it whatever we want.
I know. It's like, wait a minute. How is north south? These, and truly, it's northern Oregon on the I-5 versus southern Oregon on the I-5. I mean, are you going to call it like the Battle of the I-5? You can't really call it the Battle of the I-5 because that was what Portland and Seattle used to call theirs between the Supersonics and the Trailblazers. So you can't really say the Battle of the I-5. That's already been taken, even though Seattle doesn't have a team anymore.
Yeah, because Howard Schultz could still bite me.
Mm-hmm.
Go buy Starbucks.
But then you've got the Sounders and the Timberwolves that call themselves the Battle of the I-5. So Carolina's like, this has nothing to do with guns. This is solely a Washington, Oregon conversation going on here.
Are we talking about football, baseball, hockey? I mean, I don't know.
Oh,
soccer.
We didn't even talk about our new hockey team.
Oh, you guys got a new hockey team? I heard
so they have to call them the Krakens. So clearly we have to be called the Crackheads, and we play in the Crack House. And
exactly.
It's not just called the Rock from now on. I don't care what they say. They've already said a statement. We don't like the derivatives. I'm like, no, we are always meaning to be called that.
Well, you guys can't really go with that because, I mean, Oregon did decriminalize all hard drugs.
Well, but I mean, if they should have. I voted because they had a big poll. I voted on the Sockeyes because that's funny on a bunch of levels. You have an eye, but they were like, no, it's too violent, so they went with the Kraken because we've got some giant fucking octopus down in the bottom of Puget Sound that are.
Oh yeah.
That are gigantic. That's where like we're gonna release it. Come on, They literally never come to the surface.
Jacques Cousteau said the Puget Sound, the Tacoma area, was probably the second best place to scuba dive.
Right. Yeah, I see killer whales all the time. Those things are savage. You ever seen those things eat a seal or something?
Yeah, they're mean.
I've been hunting out there, and we had a couple come right by us, and then all of a sudden we see all these like sea lions like going under our kayaks, kind of flipping it around. It's a little scary, to be honest with you. It's a 1,000-pound animal, and there's 20 of them going around your kayak, bumping you. And then they got out there, and we watched one of them just get pulverized.
They'll kill dolphins for fun.
Right. There's ones in that one off the coast of California, that one pod that it'll hunt sharks, and it only eats sharks.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the problems we're having with the killer whales here is some of them don't eat salmon anymore. They only eat seals, and the seals are getting too big. They want to try to figure out a way to get them to eat more salmon. But there's an app where you can like watch where they are because they've tagged enough of them, you can tell where they are in the sound.
Huh. So that'd be interesting. That'd be pretty interesting because there's only one time I've ever like seen whales, and that was actually down when I was on the Oregon coast, and we stopped at the Devil's Punch Bowl.
Yeah.
And so got to see him out there in the ocean. And if you've never been to the Devil's Punch Bowl, that's definitely a place to go.
If you've ever been in a boat and you're out in the open water and you have a humpback come by you, I can't impart to you in words how big that goddamn thing is. You're just letting you, by the mercy of God, letting you have a boat, because it could easily just breach and just jump on top of your boat and crush the whole boat.
Oh yeah,
what boat you got? Unless you got like a battleship or something, you'd have to have a massive boat to not have that thing break it in half.
Yeah. In high school, a friend and I found a dead whale on a beach in Oregon.
Well, 50 years ago? It was just a couple days ago that it was the 50-year mark from when they exploded a whale over on Coos Bay.
Yeah. And it really went badly.
Yeah.
It's funny as hell.
They exploded it with way too much TNT. And there was chunks flying everywhere.
The dude that saw the cameraman, the dude that saw the reporter, gets pulverized with a bunch of chunks of.
What did they say? They left 100-foot crater in the beach. Yeah. Only in Washington and Oregon could that happen.
That's almost the same place as maybe up north a little bit. That's where Lewis and Clark, when they made it to Fort Clatsop, some of the natives told them there was a big fish down in Oregon, and they sent about, what was it, Seaside? Yeah, Seaside. They sent them down to render fat so they could, waterproof things, and they needed salt. And the reason they were down there is because there was a beach whale, and they were cutting big chunks of it and rendering it.
Yeah.
No, considering you're walking, that's a long ways from the.
Yeah, well, weren't they on boats and stuff coming?
Well, they used canoes to get to Fort Clatsop, but we didn't take canoes down. They walked. I mean, they probably had some horses still, but they walked down there and they literally just boiled salt water to try to get the. They've got a little thing at Seaside about it. Boiled water, and would cut big chunks of that whale out of there and just try to get the blubber out of it, because they needed it to waterproof all their buckskins and stuff. Because by the time they had got there, all their clothes were falling off of them.
Yeah.
When they were there 56 days, it failed to rain 3 times.
When I go up to sunny or Seaside, I always go up to the taffy place. There's a little store there that's like famous for their saltwater taffy.
Oh yeah.
You have to go there. Yeah. I'm telling you, we have 3 people here that are from like the Washington, Oregon area. We definitely have to get together and do a 3-channel like shooting thing.
Well, I'm not really much of a channel, but I don't really do videos.
Yeah, you could always be on one of ours. You know, you
Oh,
could, and get video credit.
I'll support you guys. Oh.
Yeah, because I know like Faust and I, we did a shooting contest, but that was still, we didn't get together at one shooting range and video it, which would have been pretty fun.
Yeah. Someday.
Yep, when we're not under orders to surrender in place.
Yeah, you can't divide the king.
That's right. I have my get out of Auschwitz papers.
So if you take the vaccine, can you just go wherever you want then?
I don't know, but I have the get out of Auschwitz papers because I'm a essential employee, and I work in the food manufacturing. So if I don't go to work, then you guys don't eat.
Yeah, for sure. I just use my white male privilege card. It works pretty well.
I tried that, and they just laughed at me.
Yeah, I'm like, oh man, I got a white beard. Nobody cares. Cops are gonna be like, beat it, dude. I don't care. You're 50. Beat it. We don't care. You're not the problem.
Yep.
This is Tacoma. They're looking for actual crime. Like in the one thing I was proud of Tacoma doing when they were defunding the police up in Seattle and all that. Well, Tacoma said, well, that's dumb. So they hired 26 of those cops to come over here. The city council was like, we want reform and all that, and all the good words, but we're not defunding anything. That's stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, go, you guys. And they were Democrats, and I was like, fucking right on. Look at that.
So you being in Tacoma, the hotel that's got copperheads in their parking lot.
Kind of. It's got a Commencement Bay somewhere. It's got to be, right? Is it right on the water?
It's like right next to there's a casino. It's close to the casino.
Is it the tribal one? Emerald Queen?
No. I think it's close to the Emerald Casino, but no, it's like I think it's like a Best Western or.
Well, not really, because since I live here, I don't really stay in Tacoma.
Yeah, well, the Copperhead Restaurant, that is a damn good restaurant and bar.
Is it on the same side of I-5 or is it on the opposite side?
It's on the same. It's on the same side, I believe. They're like I think right close together. The hotel and the Copperhead Restaurant are like share the same parking lot.
Oh.
Well, the next time you're up here, just when you're driving I-5, find Ruston Way, and just go on there and just pick a restaurant. There's like 12 really good restaurants on that road.
Like
they're fairly high end, and you gotta don't look like a slob.
We went from there and we drove down and ate at the Red Lobster. And the very first time the wife and I went in there, I wasn't 21, and they didn't care. They served me alcohol and everything, no problems, because I looked like I was over 21. And the second time I went there, they carded me, and luckily, the server that was there from the first time, he's like, "Oh yeah, he was just in here like a month ago. He's over 21. I served him." And so the server was like, "Oh, okay, so you've been. Never mind. I'm not going to check your ID."
Oh, if you want,
I was so sweating it because I was like, "Shit, I'm not 21."
Anthony's down by the Point Defiance Zoo is really good. You're gonna pay for it, but it's really good food.
hmm
So is the one. There's one in Olympia too.
So is Ivers downtown Seattle.
That
On
closed.
What?
That closed COVID.
Like permanently?
Probably.
Oh shit! What's going to happen with no Ivers?
What's going to happen with no Pike Street Market?
Right?
All those people in there are done.
Yeah, because
That's like a huge thing for Seattle, right? Like go to Pike Place Market and all that. Like,
yeah, that's like that's all the tourists, and plus Pike Street used to employ, thousands and thousands of people in all the different, areas of that with all the stores and
yeah, but most of those vendors aren't, they're not high in the hog or nothing. They're just trying to make a living there.
especially the fish market.
Yeah, well, the fish market probably makes enough to where they could probably suspend for quite a while and be all right. Because, like, if you want to buy really expensive fish that they throw around, go there.
That they beat up.
For the people that don't live here, like, go to Safeway and buy better deal on fish.
Yeah. But yeah.
But like every town, I mean, there's tons of towns in the United States that, the tourism part's going to be the part that, how does that come back? You can't just turn that shit back on.
No. I mean, if you, like in Carolina's neck of the woods, talk about like Myrtle Beach, how's that going to go over? Especially when a lot of, they've been getting a lot of bad PR lately about arresting women in bathing suits.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I wish it was me.
You arresting them, or you getting arrested for being in a bathing suit?
Me arresting them.
Oh, yeah. The poor conservative says that he's laughing his ass off that we're still at it at almost 5 hours. I'm just kind of surprised. I was thinking the duck was going to shut me down because I had 2 hours and 2 minutes before I hit my 20 free hours. And we're now 2 hours and 40 minutes over that 2 hours and 2 minute mark.
They just might stop you from starting at your next chat.
Oh, that's right, because my 20 hours starts over at the end of today. So I'm all good.
You get 20 hours every week or every month.
I gotta go.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Have a good one.
Later, Woods.
So you get 20 hours every month?
Yeah, you get 20 free hours every month
to
stream on the duck, and you can have 6 guests or 5 other guests besides yourself.
Yeah.
If you just do the free, if you do the $10 or the $20 a month, you get unlimited streaming, 10 guests or 9 guests beside yourself, and it's like 3 hours of recording, like chat, doing like a different setup.
Yeah.
Where so you could do more like a podcast style.
Mm-hmm.
The poor conservative says, I couldn't do it. Y'all are hardcore. Well, only Foss and I have been on for the whole almost 5 hours.
I'm contractually obligated to be here. So.
He's being captive on his own will.
Yeah, he's being held captive. Once he got labeled the co-host, he's like, crap, now I got to stay. I'm obligated.
Okay, I'll be here.
Just give him some cheese.
Yep.
I like cheese.
We keep the cheese in the green room. So you got anything you want to talk about?
Me? Nothing really. Just trying to get all these videos edited and uploaded as we speak.
So you're going to keep your channel going after the new year, right?
I don't know. If ammo will continue to be this way by then, I don't know how in the heck we're going to. I don't know, heck, I'm going to do it, but.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't see it coming, the ammo being any cheaper for quite a while. I mean, honestly, even if it comes back on the shelf and becomes real prevalent like it used to be,
Yeah.
under a Biden administration, I don't see the price coming down under, $50 a box.
I don't think so either.
But I could be completely wrong, and I hope I am. But I honestly,
It's come down to casting your own bullets and
and that's going to become expensive also.
yeah.
So JMA is out of here. Have a good evening, Mr. JMA.
Later.
Yeah, he said, Giz says rumors are 75 for a box of 50 in 2021.
Yeah.
Well, what? Vista, they just acquired Remington, is $2 billion in back orders, a year and a half behind on orders, on back orders.
Yeah, that's what I heard from Guns and Gadgets. Yeah. And not counting what the military and federal and local law enforcement and all them have.
Mm-hmm. So JMA, if you really want to learn about doing like casting and stuff like that, I would check out the Georgia Reloaders Connection. They have a channel, and check out
Like the Scotsman and all the guys that
the
hang
Crazy
around with him.
And another one is Chico Wise. Chico Wise, who hangs out on this channel every once in a while, he does a lot of that kind of stuff. But I know Chico Wise is part of the Georgia Reloader. So definitely those would be the guys I would say check out. Kingpin also knows a bunch of that kind of stuff, even though he doesn't seem to do it on his channel. But he's pretty educated in that also.
I just get a guy like Eugene on The Walking Dead. He can make all my bullets.
But yeah, I mean, yep. Jamie, JH 586. He's a really good guy on casting bullets. Damn.
Yeah, I don't think the casting and stuff will be so much difficult to do, but it's the primer and once you go back to black powder, muzzle loader stuff.
Yeah. You're welcome, JMA. You know, we all got to stick together on this, and so anytime, brother, I have no problem passing on whatever I know. Yep. The poor conservatives throwing out of all the channels that I watch. Alan B. Pro, Daniel God is my judge, Chico Wise, Jamie, like I said, the Georgia Shooting Connection. Another one is Bald and Curious. And not only does he do the casting and reloading, but he also is a competition shooter. So he's another guy. So, yep, Reloaders Network.
One day we'll become as famous as the big channels when we get our own ammo sponsorship.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind an ammo sponsor. Right after I get my own private range.
Yep.
So.
So what y'all have going on? Anything new?
Nothing new. Gonna do my Olight giveaway on December 12th.
Oh,
So
okay.
it will be a random generator for comments in the crowd. And along with the Olight, you will be getting one of my brand new channel stickers.
Nice.
So
Cool deal.
but the wife's yelling over my shoulder that she's wanting dinner. So
Yeah, my tummy clock went off.
yeah, it's almost 8 p.m. over here on the West Coast, the correct coast.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock, almost 11 o'clock here.
Yeah, you're in the future.
Yep. I can predict the future.
When I lived in Carolina, I would always forget that when I was calling back home to Washington, that I was 3 hours ahead of them.
So you're starting too early.
Well, most of the time, it'd be like 2 o'clock in the morning. And so it was only like 11 o'clock back home. And so they'd be like, damn, you're drunk early. I'd be like, no, it's fucking like 2 o'clock in the morning. They're like, no, it's like 11 o'clock. No, I'm on the East Coast. I'm 3 hours ahead of you. Or if you watched a live TV show and it would be live on the East Coast, and then you call back to the West Coast and you're like talking to people and they're like, that doesn't air for another 3 hours. Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I just ruined it for you. So I'm going to have to check out that channel. I have not even heard of Reloading from the Hot Pocket. But, yeah. So I think I am going to go ahead and kill this. So let's do outros and wrap her on up. We will start with Mr. Foss, the co-host extraordinaire.
As I said an hour ago, check out anybody who's been on the panel or anybody out there, like the Poor Conservative, for example. Check out his channel. Or start one yourself and just, get out there, give your opinion. Maybe somebody wants to hear what's going on.
Well, stay safe, my brother, my Poor Conservative, and definitely keep one in the chamber. Mr. Carolina EDC, what do you got going on?
Don't believe nothing you see or hear on the internet. No, just a lot of stuff trying to get caught up with. Yeah, just videos coming here in the next few weeks. Probably going to need to take a break sooner or later, but we will see. But just follow everybody. Make sure to check everybody's channel as usual. Go to Parler. If nobody has Parler, go to Parler. That's a new platform, better than Instagram. Also, if you own Gunstreamer, anybody out there, go check out Gunstreamer. Pretty much all the channels over there, same way. But yeah, just check everybody out.
I'm over on Parler.
Matter of fact, you need to send me a request because I could not find you.
It should be the same one I have for Instagram, G23.40 live. But yeah, I'll look you up and send you an invite. I hardly ever go on Parler. But so again, we will be doing an Olight giveaway on December 12th, which will be my 40th birthday. And I am going to give you guys the present instead of me getting one.
Woohoo! You getting old.
I know, 40. What are we going to do? So stay safe, keep one in the chamber, and remember to protect your Second Amendment and all constitutional rights. We are out of here.
Bye-bye.
Adios.